It's like every time I hear somebody telling me about like the condo crisis, the real estate crisis. There's a bubble. It's coming. Bankruptcies are going up. Insolvencies going up. Receiverships are going up. ABCs are going up. Somebody mentioned to me, one of my law partners, he goes, but it's never, well, not never, never in his experience, should I say. 24-25 budget. Today is Thursday, September 26th, and it is 6:27 PM. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Gross,
Here.
Vice Mayor Huntington.
Here.
Commissioner Ansler.
Here.
Commissioner Harlan.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, third time's a charm. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our public comment. We'll start here in the log cabin. And just a reminder, our public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and please provide your name and address before you begin. I think we're still having issues with that mic. I think.
No, I
Got
think
it?
you got it. Is
Hey.
it working?
Okay.
Yay, thank you very much. All right, Judy Hamelberg, 1015 Northeast 116th Street. Congratulations, Commissioner Kennedy. You have now harassed 3 of our managers, 2 village clerks, and 1 assistant clerk into quitting. Okay? You guys are all going to be surprised when somebody turns around and sues us for the hostile work environment we have. It's crazy. People shouldn't be run out of their jobs. As far as our budget goes, I don't think we should be cutting budget. I don't think we should be cutting taxes. We have so many things to do. We have so many unfilled positions. We don't have the money to fill them. We're underpaying our people. We need to staff our village. We need to take care of our people. Otherwise, we're not going to get anything done in this village. You talk about progress. There's no progress without the people to take care of it.
Barbara Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. Hate to disagree with you, Judy, but as far as the manager goes, I went online to look at the budget so that I could look at what was the last 3 parts that the commission hadn't covered. And the only thing that was available to me online was the major summaries. It didn't have the breakdown for the individual, for the departments and what the different line items were, which is just completely unexcusable. This entire budget has been a terrible fiasco. I'm not blaming the commissioners. It's the budget they kept getting handed. Public Works, I remember because I looked at it originally. Now I can't find it. The Public Works, the thing that's disappointing is a lot of people in the community have worked very hard to get money allocated to Public Works so they could spend money to trim the trees, to hire people to trim the trees, do a lot of things, remove invasives, the Australian pines. And the sad thing was last year, very little happened. In fact, like no money was used to remove the Australian pines or much of anything else. I would encourage this commission to find a village manager who wants to do these projects and actually get things done for the village if you want to see improvement. You can set money aside, but if you don't use the money, it's as good as not doing anything. The men, if you thought I was disparaging Public Works, I wasn't. The Public Works employees have always gone way overboard to help Park and Parkways out. Anything we needed, they were always there. They just don't have the time. They have a small staff. We have a lot to do. I wrote to the commission. I suggested increasing their bonuses. They work under contract, so you can't give them a raise, but that's a way of compensating them. And I really think the way the money was spent on employees, especially in the code department, the exorbitant raises they received, I think you should do something for Public Works, and doing it through the bonuses would be one way. That's the way to show appreciation. Thank you.
Gary Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th. I'm going to agree, and disagree with what Judy said. Mac didn't run anybody out of the village in terms of the village manager. I do agree that there are positions that are unfulfilled in the village. And I particularly look at Public Works. I mean, I've known these guys, Barbara and I have known these guys for many years. They're almost like friends. And I was, what? And I remember, you know, when we did away with sanitation and we lost that whole crew, it was a big miss. I'm not saying to bring it back, but what isn't appreciated by many people is those employees are additional eyes and ears in this community. They're like family. They watch out for us. They're here. There is no better source of policing, and nothing to do with the police department. It's just like an added arm. They know every house. They know every car. They know every person. You know, they've been here that long. And what I'm saying, really, the point of that is, I don't like the outsourcing. You know, we tried SFM and they were going to do this great job. They knew all about native plants. What's the first thing they did? They came in and butchered all the native plants. Just absolutely. And then proudly showed a video of them weed whacking the native plants. I'd like to see, not only, as Barbara said, these guys, they have a union contract, you can't give them a raise, but they give them a bonus, and a nice bonus. They are truly underpaid for what they do. How would you like to be out in this weather day after day? I don't know how they do it, quite frankly. And I think they need additional staff. I mean, that's a department that should be fully supported. I wrote to you about how I felt about what they did with code enforcement. The absolutely exorbitant, way above standard raises they were given for no reason, no merit, not even qualified individuals that are overpaid, double the size of the department. And meantime, you know, we don't do something that's practical and worthwhile for the village, like having a stronger Public Works department. And we talk about doing landscape projects, which we've said we're entirely in favor of. Well, that would go a lot further. It would be a lot more successful if we had the people and the training to actually accomplish that. So that was the agreement part. Thank you.
Hey, David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. So in terms of the overall budget, hearing that our manager resigned, and as I said earlier, having been on, I don't know how many selection committees for a village manager, our pay sucks, pardon me, but it does. You are not going to find a good manager for what we pay. This has nothing to do with Mac. Mac's expectations are those that the rest of us have. I can't get our current manager to look me in the eye because I keep asking about drains, nothing else. Never had any other words with him. So I think that this theory that we have that for $100,000, we're going to find somebody who's wants to grow up and be a manager, or they've already grown up and they want to retire and do less, is not working for this village. It's not, period. And you really have to look at that. And the pay, we're paying the clerk, sorry, Madam Clerk, we're paying the clerk something like $80,000 for the clerk, and the manager, this is all public record. I saw something like that on the budget, 77,000, somewhere around those. That's what's in the budget. And yet we have a manager at 100. The police chief is making more than that. He deserves more than that. You're paying a staff member who reports to the manager more than the manager. I mean, just consider that. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot long-term by not paying somebody a decent salary. Mario did not get driven off. Mario got enticed by more money. And had we paid him a lot more money, maybe he would have stayed because he knew the place and it was easier than dealing with where I grew up in North Miami Beach. So I was saying that, I still don't think that we need to increase the millage. I think that the proposal to leave the millage or reduce the millage makes sense. Our revenue's grown by over $1 million in the last few years just on our tax basis. We don't need, and we lapse. I would ask Paul I've found up to $300,000 a year in there that we're lapsing all over the place. So if you're looking for money of where we can get these, the projects that you budget for every year, $30,000 to do tree capping and plantings and all these things that we don't do, I can show you 100 grand right now in 2 seconds that will not get spent this year. And without having a manager, that won't happen. In terms, I'm not going to leave here without talking about drains, which comes to why we need a manager and why you all need to take these things more seriously before you go and put in butterfly gardens and pickleball courts. If that hurricane, which is about to devastate the people up in the Big Bend, was here, we would be flooded out right now. Nobody would be in this chamber, and water would probably be about midway up the cabin. And yet, we don't even know how many drains we have still. And the $15,000 that was voted on last meeting to get raised to $30,000 to clean the drains is not reflected in the new budget. It's still at 15. Thank you.
Perfect timing.
You have any other comment in the log cabin before we go into Zoom? Seeing none? Any comment on Zoom? Once, going twice? No? Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Let's go ahead and are there any, it's not on here, but do we have any reply to the public comment before we move into the ordinances?
Oh, I have to, Jonathan. I'm sorry. I can't have my name sort of tossed around like that without explaining. So we have Andres here and Joyce and some other people who haven't been here before. And part of the game that we play here in Biscayne Park is that elected officials become punching bags and people, it's a sport that we enjoy here in Biscayne Park. So just so the new folks are clear, Mac has not chased 3 managers out of Biscayne Park. Mac did make a motion to terminate a manager with cause. The commission that I sat on at the time, no one up here was on that commission. The commission voted to terminate that man with cause that night, told him to leave his keys on the desk, and he walked out and never came back. That was the first one. The second one did a fine job for us. And he got offered a job that paid him 2.5 times what we pay. So David Raymond, with all due respect, we could never budget the kind of money to keep Mario that he got from the city of North Miami Beach that has $1 billion budget or whatever they have up there. So Mac didn't chase that one out. Mac had a relationship that was good and bad and usually indifferent with the man and gave him a big hug on the way out and an attaboy and congratulations. And we gave you your first job with the big title on your business card. Now go get them. So that was the second one. And the third one resigned today. He had an evaluation a few weeks ago, his 1-year evaluation, and all of us except John Holland were here. He wasn't a commissioner then, and we gave him his evaluation. I was by far the most critical. I made it, I suggested that we terminate him and not for cause, just for not being effective, and move on and find another one. My fellow commissioners did not agree with me, but they gave him very critical reviews. And at the suggestion of our mayor, he was put on a corrective action plan and given 4 months to shape up or ship out. And if I think I'm going to quote Jonathan, it was, Chris, 3 strikes, you're out, was what you said to Chris that night. So the commission was not entirely complimentary of the manager's work. Since that night, he found the door himself. That's what people do when they're put on notice. He got a job somewhere else. Godspeed. So, Judy, them's the facts. You have a hard time with the facts sometimes, but every time you bring it up, I love reminding everyone what really went down. So them's the facts. Them's the facts. That's all I have to say, Jonathan.
Okay, do we have any other reply at this time before we get into the ordinances? No? No? Okay. All right, so our ordinances, we have both, and remind me, Brad, in years past, we moved to table the approval of the 9.
You open, so what you'll do, the process is we'll read the ordinance into the record. You will table the ordinance at that time. You will then, we will open the budget. You'll have your budget discussions. You will table the budget once you've gone through your discussions on the budget, because you have to approve your millage first. And then once you've gone through your budget and tentatively come to a consensus as to the budget, you will table the budget, reopen the millage, and vote on your millage. Once it's passed, then you'll move on to your budget and finalize your budget by vote.
Perfect.
And
Okay.
Depending on what the millage is and what the, where we're at when it's all said and done, I'll either need a 2/3 or a unanimous vote.
Okay, great. In that case,
I'm sorry, just because there are people, Brad, who didn't understand that, the importance of the last sentence, can you explain that? Why we need a unanimous vote in some cases?
So according to Florida law, and Paul does the calculation, so I rely on Paul with regards to the calculation, but a rate that is not more than 110% of the rollback rate based on the previous year's maximum millage rate, which is adjusted for change in the per capita or Florida personal income, can be adopted if approved by the commission by a 2/3 vote of the entire membership, which means everybody has to be seated. And you have to count 2/3 of the membership of this body. If the rate is in excess of 110%, as I've just described, then you need a unanimous vote of all seated members of the commission.
And what is that magic number that requires a unanimous vote, Paul?
Any millage rate that's adopted above or at 9.39
9.39?
requires unanimous.
So if it's below 9.39, 3/5 would pass it. If it's 3.99, if it's 9.39, if it's below 9.39, 3/5 would pass it. If it's 9.39 or above, it has to be unanimous.
It's inclusive of the number 9.39, so it would be
9.39.
9.4.
Okay.
So below that, at that rate or below, you would need a 2/3 vote of the
Got
membership.
it.
all right. So let's go ahead and just get it started then, Brad. Could you please read the ordinance 2024-07 for us?
Yes, sir. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, establishing and adopting a final millage rate and levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 in the amount of 9.50 mils for each 1,000 of assessed valuation upon real and personal property within the village limits of the Village of Biscayne Park, which is 11.13% higher than the rolled back rate of 8.5483 mils and providing for an effective date.
All right, thanks, Brad. All right, so we can get down to reviewing the budget in the second.
We discuss, I know you're not going to ask for a motion now, but can we discuss that?
I think we need to move in second so we can discuss.
Would someone like to make a motion on that? Because I would like to discuss it.
Be a motion to approve or a motion to table based on what we.
Motion to table.
Does that mean we cannot discuss?
That means, no, that means we're putting it off and we're going to be revisiting it after.
We still discuss it.
We can still, well,
No, not if,
Fred's
if
saying
it's
no.
tabled, no, because we're not discussing it, but we will be revisiting it so we can.
I want to discuss it, so I would appreciate if someone would make a motion to deny or approve because I want to discuss the millage rate.
Okay, right now we have a motion to table. Do we have any second on the motion to table? If no, that motion dies. Do we have a motion to approve then? We can move to discussion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Okay, we have a second. So then we'll move,
Vice Mayor?
no, it's Commissioner Holland. So let's go ahead and move the ordinance 2024-07 to discussion.
So the reason I asked Brad to explain that is I'm here tonight to tell you guys that I'm not going to vote for 9.5. David Raymond said some things that were better said than I'm going to say them, but here's the reality. We're sitting in a very real place tonight. We're not going to have a manager here shortly. I'm looking at a budget that is beyond sloppy, but is also quite a bit bloated in many areas. And I think we need to do better by this village. David, you said you could find $100,000 just like that. Well, just like that, I found $203,000 that I could cut from this budget. And the goal for me would be to not allow the services of this village to diminish in any significant way, but to do that spending less money. Guys, that's our job, is to be stewards of the public money and to make sure this place runs well and we get things done. But we're not going to have a manager for a couple of months. Things aren't going to get done. So a lot of these projects that we spend money on is not going to happen. And there are things in there that the money has rolled over year after year after year, and it sits there in the budget as if it's going to happen magically, and it doesn't happen. And why do we keep it there? This budget that we're passing tonight is not a budget for ever and ever, amen. It's a budget for October 1 of this year to September 30th of next year. And then about 8 months from now, we'll do it again for the following year. Each year is a one-year snapshot, and it does not obligate us to anything for the following year. We can adjust that rate up and down. It's the lever that we control. What we do not control is the taxable value of the properties in Biscayne Park. That's determined by Miami-Dade County. What we control is the millage rate. And I think we can do better. I think we need to do better. I don't know if you all have looked at a chart of the millage rates in Miami-Dade County of all the municipalities, but there we sit at the top. Some of them are dramatically lower. It's not fair to compare Biscayne Park purely by that measure, because we're a very different municipality. We don't have commercial businesses. There are so many things that are different, but there are people here who are paying the bills. And there are people here who have lived here for years and years and years, and they don't pay very much at all. And there are people who have lived here not nearly as long, and they pay a whole lot more, but everyone pays the fair share that's determined by the millage rate. 9.5 is too high. It puts more revenue into a budget than we need. If our manager had not resigned today by email and chosen to attend tonight by Zoom, I was prepared to present this anyway. But given that he is gone in a couple of weeks, all the more reason that we should take a really hard look at this. We set the tax rate for our residents. Now, it's do this every year, and I did it last year as well, and no one would even consider it. So this year I
That's the
thought,
reason you have 5 commissioners sitting here and the public decided to have 5 voices raised.
Yep.
That changes every 2 years.
I know.
So I understand, that you want your way to be kind of pushed through, but it's 5 of us
I
that
understand,
need to work
but
through.
that's how
And
the
we
state
did that, we
legislature-
did that so far until this point. And I think we all worked on different compromises. I didn't get all my wishes. You didn't get all yours. And I've heard a lot of people, even tonight, Ryan, with a lot of things are being taken away. So I'm not happy with having this discussion. I wanted to hear what you had to say, and that's why I voted for discussion, but I'm opposed into this process 100%.
I do understand, Veronica, I really do.
I want to reply to this. I agree with what Commissioner Amsler says. To me, this is just outright reckless. To you to say you won't vote on 9.5 without even discussing.
vote on it.
that's- No, you said you would not vote on 9.5. You would vote that
Oh,
down.
no.
That is hijacking this meeting. That is hijacking the residents here. To say that you aren't cutting services, look at CIP. There are $400,000 worth of projects in there. We are now down to $170,000 funded for that. That compromises roads, median repair, tree removal, parks.
Does it compromise that?
It does, because there's $400,000. If there's the money's not there, this is where we start planning for the future. Those aren't funds for building those things or doing those things. Those are funds to start the proper, they talked about process many times here. The proper process is you plan. It takes funds to plan. And I've heard you talk time and time again about how we don't need a planner for that. We don't need an engineer for that. You do. When it comes to building municipal governments, you
I'm
need
not
an engineer.
disagreeing that you need the money, but
So
money could be, because it's in reserve, doesn't mean it's not available to us, Ryan. It just means the manager has to come say, I need money
understand
for
that.
this.
The
That
road-
was a
the road-
decision we
the road
made.
to hell is paved in good intentions. I heard you say, oh, we can move that money from reserves at a later date.
You
That
can.
later date is not here now. And so my fear is you cut that budget, you cut CIP, and we come 6 months from now and go, oh no, that reserves is for a hurricane and that reserves is our emergency and we can't touch our
Didn't,
reserve.
CIP is not in here.
CIP is part of this, and every dollar that we've taken out of CIP has gone into the budget. You're proposing removing $200,000.
No, 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 no.
Removing $200,000.
No, Ryan,
It
no,
should
no,
be
no, I
going
never
back to
said that.
CIP. I'll let you finish. Let me finish too.
Okay.
That removing it from our residents for services, that is cutting services. It might not look like it to a resident, but it's cutting services. It's cutting our future. That is reckless. And to say that you won't even entertain it, that's not how this process should.
Ryan, to be clear, I understand what you're saying. I am not proposing cutting $200,000 from the budget. I'm saying to go down 1 millage rate, we have to cut $42,000. To go down 2, it's $84,000. I'm saying I found $203,000.
Understand that. And we've already cut CIP by over $200,000. So
And-
to my opinion, any dollar that removes out of this budget needs to go back to CIP for the residents to fund their future, to fund future
Look,
projects.
it has nothing to do with CIP. Look what I'm suggesting. Things like,
Absolutely does, because the CIP started at $600,000
Commissioners,
this year.
commissioners,
I'm
just,
going to give one example because I want people to hear one example I came up with. When we hired the manager who just resigned today, 3 months into his term, a commission that you were not a member of, but Veronica, Jonathan, and I were, approved for us to pay his health insurance 100%. So he'd been here 3 months and we gave him a raise in the amount of $16,000. He'd been here 3 months. Now, Veronica, you didn't vote for it and I didn't vote for it, but Jonathan, the other Veronica, and Art Gonzalez all voted for it. And the manager got what amounted to a $16,000 raise because we paid for his insurance. Well, now he's gone. What did that get us? It didn't get us great work. And now he's gone. That's one of the things that's still in the budget is to pay $16,000 for his health insurance and he's gone. So that is an easy, boom, pull that out of the budget. That's what I came up with. It's all kinds of things like, do you want to keep $16,000 in the budget for the manager's insurance?
It's about the fact that we started with a capital improvement plan that had $200,000 for road repair. Currently, we can't even fund that alone. And the roads, if you drive around this village, the roads are just getting worse every day. If we don't start doing something this year, it's just gonna keep snowballing on us every year.
I'd like to just please, for a second. All right, I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. To your point, Commissioner Kennedy, I don't want us to get too hung up on, we're not gonna consider any of the millages right now. But what I can see just by doing some back of the napkin math, if I can steal a phrase from Commissioner
Mhm.
Holland, we haven't talked about code, we haven't talked about public works, we haven't talked about Parks and Rec. By my count, you've got about 118,000 that you want to cut out of that. We haven't gone through that. We all got to go through, we all got to talk about where we think we can find money in there. If that's where you think you can find the money that you would like to cut out.
Among other places.
I'll make a comment on that.
I mean, right in admin, $16,000 for his insurance.
Right, I understand that, but to what we've heard from some of the public comment already is that people feel that we're already underpaying. So we don't want to cut money to a position and then go out, like, just by way of example, I don't want us to revisit this right now because we got a lot of work to do still. But, we're proposing here in the administration, roll it back to 100. If we're saying we can't attract good talent for what we're already paying, so cut it all back. I'm not making we have a whole process we got to go through for the manager, and we'll get to that.
And okay, this is the other thing everyone needs to keep in mind. This is a budget from October 1 to September 30th. We're not going to be paying a manager from October 11th or whatever date he gave us that he's leaving until we replace someone. So we won't be paying someone. Now we'll probably have an interim in there, but it's not going to be at that salary. So we're going to be, whatever the budget number is, we're not going to be spending it. So then there's money in there again that we're not even spending.
But
So there's money, there's savings like built into the number that's sitting there.
to the point you're trying to make, we've already got 3 departments we still got to talk about, and there's a lot of trim the fat, so to speak, in there that I think can get you to where you'd like to see
Look,
it
guys,
go.
I came here to make a point. It's time. It is time to get this millage rate down. And if we can get it down 0.1, 0.2 this year, and then next year, and then look at the end of the year and say, how much money did we still not spend out of that reduced budget? And we can get it down some more. We need to do that. We need to get off the backs of these residents with this rate. Now, some people in this room have lived here for 30, 40 years, and they're barely paying anything for the services they get. But there are people who are paying a small fortune to live in Biscayne Park, and they're still getting the same services. Okay? What I'm saying is we need to do better. This is our opportunity, and I came here to make a point to you guys. It's time that we do the job, quite frankly. I tried to do it 5 years, and I'm tired of trying to do it by myself. So you don't like the way I did it? Let's get it done anyway.
We will have, we'll have, this is, listen.
He does not do it
All
every
right,
year.
Listen, I
Point
don't
of
have a
order.
gavel. I don't have a gavel, everyone. I don't like to do that. There is back here, I know. Tonight is not the night that we can go back to the drawing board. If we don't pass a budget, we roll back to 8.3. Well, there's a lot of stuff we have not discussed yet. So let's go through it. We have a lot of room where we can make some changes, make some cuts. We can get it down. So I think we need to get started. I don't want us to be here till 2 a.m. Yeah, we do have a motion on the floor, so we need,
If I may?
yeah, please.
Somebody can make, and you obviously not, you don't have a consensus at this point, so.
Right, of course.
Somebody can make an intervening motion.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay.
To table the discussion on the millage. And then if you have consensus to table, then you can move to your budget, open up your budget, and somebody make a motion on the budget.
Got it.
And then we will move forward with we're not approving the budget, but getting a consensus on the budget so you can go back to your millage.
Got it.
You just have to formally approve your millage first before you approve your budget.
Oh,
Later down the road
right,
tonight.
yes. I
Hopefully
understand.
tonight.
I understand. When we approve the budget, we go back. I get that.
Well, when you have consensus on the budget, then what you would do is somebody would make an intervening motion on the budget to table the budget. You have consensus to table the budget, you would reopen the millage and then approve the millage, at whatever rate that might be.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Kennedy just made an intervening motion. to
And
table.
I'll second that
We
motion.
have a second. All in favor of tabling the item?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into, I'm sorry? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I was moving a little too quickly. I get told by court reporters all the time that I speak too quickly. So let's go ahead. Brad, could you read us the next ordinance so we could get started there? 2024-08. Certainly.
We believe in what can be. And that was another sit down with a buddy I have to remind you, she couldn't answer the
The ordinance, go ahead, please.
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, adopting a budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Okay, great, thanks, Brian. Do we have a motion to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we will, yes, we'll move to discussion for the ordinance, 2024-08.
Remember, Jonathan, that the ordinance includes the emergency reserve and it's defined right now as a percentage, and we're going to need to look at that based on what the reserve looks like at the end to make sure, to Ryan's good point, that we have enough not reserved that we can fund the CIP when whoever the manager is comes to us and says they need money. So I want to make sure we don't have that percentage too high that money's locked up.
So just so we know, I consulted with the manager on this. We can actually move those reserve funds tonight to fund CIP appropriately tonight. We don't need to wait to a later date to do that. That can
Correct.
happen tonight.
If I
I
could,
feel like that should be part of
I
the
could
conversation.
suggest a process that you adopt a funding level for the CIP tonight, and the percentages, we won't know that number
Mhm.
for 45 days, but the percentages can be filled in when we have our final financials for the year, if that makes sense, because
Yep,
we
it
don't know
makes
the
sense.
number.
Ryan, you're suggesting that we put the money back in CIP.
Tonight, not.
Whatever number you pick, and then you set the percentages, and then the numbers will fall into place.
So you want to refund, Ryan, you want to refund the CIP?
That was our intention during the last budget hearing or
Yeah.
budget workshop, was whatever shortcomings we had would come out of reserves to refund CIP.
Right.
My fear is that if we don't set that tonight, what that refunding needs to go back into CIP, later down the line,
You'll
when
lose.
we have a project in place that needs funds,
We won't have
we'll
it.
get pushback and we won't get that consensus. If that was our consensus
Yeah.
during the workshops, I want to see it happen tonight.
I'm confused what you said. You're
During our
concerned-
budget workshop,
Yeah.
when we got to the end, when we realized we were short, I think the number was like $290,000. We made the decision to move the money out of CIP
Balance the
to
budget.
balance the budget, with saying that at a later date, we can move reserves from
Right.
our reserves to CIP to balance that budget, that CIP plan. I'm suggesting we do it tonight, not at a later date, so that way it's funded, it's balanced. Whatever that number comes to after our cuts and our decisions, whatever that number comes out of reserves. So at a later date, there's not a consensus now, but a later commission comes in and says, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to move money to reserves. If that was our intention during the workshop, it should happen tonight.
But all it does is put the money in a place where we have full access to it. The manager comes and says, look, right now, we have a manager, he's in the room, but for all intents and purposes, we don't have a manager. And for 25% or a third of this upcoming fiscal year, we're not going to have one. So it's safer over there. And the new manager then is going to be on a very slow, guys,
See, that's exactly my worry is we had the intention that it would come out of reserves. November, there's a new commission coming in. If all of a sudden we don't have consensus at a later date, when a project comes up for road repair, for median replacement, median improvement, septic to sewer, any of those funds that we need money for, and there's not consensus, we don't have funds.
we don't need consensus, you just need 3 of the 5.
That's consensus. That's
Right. Well, I mean, all you need is 3 people to agree. So I don't
We
understand
had,
what
we
the
had
difference
that
is.
agreement before, so let's act on it and let's do it. Let's fund it.
Look, that was my suggestion, and it was to protect the money. That's why I want to protect money in an emergency reserve that's untouchable and put the money back in a savings account. So, it can't be spent willy-nilly. It creates a process that requires people to be very intentional with it. And we can't be sloppy about it. Because to your point, look, all 5 of us could quit tomorrow and have to have a special election and replace the whole thing, and you don't know what's coming in, and it protects the money. It doesn't make it untouchable. It just puts it in a place that makes you go through a process to access it. So it's not so easy to be spendthrifts.
Yes, but the agreement was through this budget process, is that's how we would do it.
We didn't agree on that. I said, let's move it over there so we have a balanced budget.
That was-
It was never about
was-
bringing it back
That
over.
was the discussion, that we would refund CIP with our reserves.
No, that we,
Now
no.
we're
no,
changing
no,
the
no, no,
story.
No, no,
We're
no.
not gonna fund CIP.
No, that's not at all what we said.
Okay,
we
that's how it was written into the record. That's how I remember it. That's what.
It was, no, we're going to balance this budget, make it come out to 0, take the rest of the money, put it in the reserve, that's not part of the emergency reserve. And we had a discussion about how Brad explained to us how the manager would have access to that money.
Can
How
we
he would have to
start it
transfer.
by budget? Maybe we land where we need to, considering what we want to see in the CIP. Instead of just talking about,
Okay.
let's move money. Well, let's just start one by one again,
Afterwards.
see where we land.
I'm just reminding us that that emergency reserve number in there might not be the right percentage that would lock up too much money. We want to be careful about that because
Okay.
it's to fund CIP. So I'm trying to keep the money accessible is what I'm making sure of.
Right, so, but I think it does make sense that we start with the departments to find out where we are with how much left over, what what the final numbers are gonna look like. So I had at least those three departments, three biggest portions, code being the biggest. So, I would propose that we start there. And can you just remind us to give us a lay of the land, Paul, where we were at, what we cut out, and where we're trying to go?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the procedure that you all adopted was the asks budget, which had north of $700,000 in additional expenses. At the end of, was it 3 meetings, I believe, or was it 4? I lost track. You reduced that by $485,728. So you basically are presented a budget that's about $300,000 above prior year. And you balance that with CIP funds. That's how you got to 0, which was just articulated quite well by one of your members.
And what we've cut so far to date, what was that number again?
485,728.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anything, Commissioner Holland, before we get started?
Just want to make sure I have a clear understanding. Has to be unanimous to go above 9.39, right?
9.39 or above.
Mac has made it somewhat clear that he's at least now opposed to that and wants to make cuts. To go from the 9.5 that is currently in the budget now to 9.39 would be a cut of approximately 43,000.
No, that's inaccurate. It's $68,680. It's not one full point. It's 9.5 to 9.39 is 1.2 basically.
And I believe that at 9 points, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, at 9.39, you would not require a unanimous vote. You'd still be under the 110%.
9.4 would be the beginning of the 100%.
9.4, not 9.39. So 9.4 and higher requires unanimous. Anything below.
Yes.
I'll double check my math. I guess I want the money back from my MBA, but in finance,
It's $42,000.
I thought it was 43. I did the math backward, but maybe whatever it is,
Yeah,
43,000.
9.3, the exact number was 68,000 to get to 9.3.
What 9.3? I'm talking about 9.39 to go right to that limit. I'm seeing around like 40 something thousand.
Yeah, 9.4 is 42,000, correct.
Okay, so somewhere in there.
Paul, I'm sorry.
So we're-
It's $42,000 for point 1. So to go from 9.5 to 9.3, that's $84,000.
Right, I'm
You
just,
said 68.
Yeah.
he said to 9.35. I think we might have heard the wrong number.
Right.
I just want to establish the point that, 2 things. One, if we really are talking about going just to 9.39 and taking $42,000 out of the budget, that doesn't seem very like a challenge at all.
Not at all.
But along the same lines, it's less of a challenge because as someone who's been through many budget seasons in corporate America, I'm now in operations, so I forgive myself for having been in finance for so long, but we're mostly agreeing to a bottom line number, and there is always opportunity at future meetings to make shifts. Things fall off, things come on, and to think that any of us are clairvoyant enough to know within a $42,000 margin of error, what the hell is going to happen in the next year? Stop kidding yourselves. Let's just get to 9.39 and get home to our families and our puppies and our dinners. And we can budget workshop ourselves into oblivion as we go forward to make shifts or hopefully discuss things in a rational manner at commission meetings to move stuff as we need to move stuff. Let's not let 42 grand keep us here for hours.
And John, just
Thank
to
you.
add one thing onto that. The money within a department, the manager can move around without even asking us. So within some of these very big budgets within a department, he or she has the ability to move money around at will. Completely their job. They only need to come to us if they're moving for money from one department to another to get our approval for that. So to your point, there is enormous flexibility at that. So when we cut, and they need to adjust some things, doesn't have to be to the penny because they still have the ability to get the job done. That's what the manager does.
Thanks, Commissioner. So let's go ahead and get started with the code.
Can I add one little nuance that might have been lost in this? The CIP is actually below the budget line. So the CIP is in essence a resolution level decision-making, just like a reserve movement with the exception of emergency reserve. So just procedurally thinking that once you, even if you allocate, let's say you move it up to 400,000 for the CIP, it really doesn't matter because the same request the manager would have, it's just really semantics, but important distinction of how you're defining that money, but it isn't a restriction, if that helps.
Understood.
All right, thanks, Paul. All right, so does everyone have the code budget open? All right. Yes, okay, great. All right, so floor is open. Line item 12, our salaries is the first one.
Listen, I think it's very simple here. We need to make a decision as to which way we want this code department to flow. If you look at El Portel is about 80% of our size. They spent $92,000 on code last year. We are over $500,000 right now as it sits. We need to make a decision if we're fully staffing a department or if we're keeping Doreen. That's, to me, this is the biggest question here, because having $500,000 spent on code when we're only a half square, we always say a half square mile, is just, we're overspending. And to me, it's not solvent. As the years go on, we're going to overgrow our revenues and we're going to be in budget crisis in a number of years. We need to make a decision. Last year, the commission gave direction to the village manager to sunset the agreement with CAP and Doreen. And Commissioner Kennedy even said he wanted to see it happen by January. We are now 1 whole year later and entering into the same conversation about keeping CAP for another year at $156,000. We pay more for her than we pay for any other employee in the village. I don't say she does a great job. She does a great job, but we need to make a hard decision here on how we're going to fund this department.
1,000%. Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing, Ryan? That she's still in here at the highest salary? It's not all her. It's
Not
the
her money,
company. It's
but
not her
you
money.
paid
Right.
for one
But we're
employee.
paying for one person. You're right. And there's 4 officers in here because the supervisor is also an officer. So all of a sudden we have, am I seeing this right? We have 5 now.
Yes.
I don't know how we got there. I'm really confused, but all of a sudden it's like we have
Where do you see 5 here?
because we have 4 on object code 12, the salaries.
Yeah.
But then if you look at professional services, or whatever it's called later on, Doreen's on there for $156,000. So she's 1 as a vendor and then 4 within the department as salaried employees with benefits and everything else.
So in code 12, we have a code compliance supervisor.
Yep.
A code compliance officer,
3 of them.
says 1. I don't have 3 number anywhere here.
I'm looking at 3. What are you guys seeing?
Well,
Yeah.
blind supervisor and 3.
Which version are you looking at, Veronica? Did you pull the one off the calendar? Are you looking in code, object code 12?
Let me go back and I pulled from the website, so just to make sure.
See, I don't pull stuff from the website. I go to the calendar because that's the public facing stuff and I find things to not always be consistent.
Open it again.
Looking at line item 12,
So Ryan, I'm with you. That's my biggest concern is all of a sudden we're at 5 people. Yeah, and we're 3/4 of a square mile.
It's an unfortunate situation because we're talking about actual people. We're not talking about a new position. We're talking about actual people, and a decision we make tonight could affect that. And that's unfortunate. That's mismanagement. It shouldn't have come to that because we are way overspending in this department.
And one of them came from another department. Yeah, so.
I see the 4. the
Got
line
it.
item-
Yes,
you got
I
it?
got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So item 12, I see 233,000 approximately, and then the professional services, another 156.
So I'm going to add on to something that Ryan said, and I'll say this as delicately as I can. I observe that department and the work and the meetings, and Doreen is what makes it seem to function at its highest level from what I see. So her through CAP, now I understand it's CAP, it's not Doreen's name on there because we're not guaranteed Doreen necessarily. I'm not sure how that works. That's a relationship that the manager takes care of. But I find her to be the essential piece of the puzzle.
Where I agree with you that she is essential, she is not an employee of the Village of Biscayne Park. So we pay $156,000 for her. We were going to continue to pay that if we want to keep her in the office. That is not sustainable. That we pay way too much for her. There was multiple opportunities with this commission before I came here to sunset that agreement and possibly hire her. It didn't happen. The ship has sailed, and our backs are to the wall.
I'm not sure that ship has sailed. How do you know that ship has
But
sailed?
she has a do not compete. We've been told she has a do not
Maybe I
compete.
was
You can't
told-
hire
we were
her.
Told conflicting things there.
I understand, but that's what we've been told. So
Who told you that?
the manager, he sat here and said she has a do not compete.
Okay, but then he said something else different in the same meeting. I don't know that that's accurate. I'm sorry, but I question
have to-
information.
There you go. It's
Okay,
true.
maybe it
They're
is true,
compete.
but I'm saying I question information that we're told at meetings because we're told misinformation sometimes and disinformation, so I have valid reason to question the information we're given, including the document we're looking at right now.
So is there a proposal then on what you propose to do on that?
Trust me, my proposal is sad. I don't want to make this proposal, but the logical decision I see is we have to sunset that agreement with Doreen and we have to keep our staff. I don't want to lay off staff. Doreen will have a position with CAP tomorrow. These other 4 people will not, and that will cause layoffs, and that's not something I will support ever is layoffs. So that's the logical budget decision to me is that we sunset with CAP, which was something we've been talked about many times, and we move forward. That was the intention, was for her to train the department and the department to be self-sufficient. It's sink or swim time. They have to be self-sufficient or we have to continue sinking this budget.
Fortunately, they're not. Problem, I know.
Okay.
So when you say sunset, are you defining a process as to, for example, 6 months, we'll stick with the budgets and then the 6 months zero?
That was the intention last year, and we sat here for a whole year.
Why, so we can start working on that? What do you propose?
That would
Have
have,
106, because when I hear sunset, and that's my thought too, it was from last year, is that we would do that from professional services. So line item,
31.
thank you. Yes,
When does the contract run through?
here.
That's the next question. that I-
2025, I think is CAP's renewal,
157,000.
2026.
So are we saying we want to hold on for 6 months to that in order to provide Doreen to train the rest of staff and then sunset her and save the remaining?
We can budget for this, but that's the manager does that. I don't think that's our authority to do that. We're basically doing it by budgeting for it or not budgeting for it, but
That's what I'm saying. We have to make sense to what we currently have in front of us. If the idea is that we're going to have 5 people, it's at this cost. If the
Yeah.
idea is that we're going to have, 4 full trained, and that's code long-term, is dividing whatever we can save from professional services into their salaries next, hiring hours instead of a full-time employee. We need to make a decision in terms of budget.
The problem with this is that the manager came to us, and he's exiting now, but his intention was to sunset now, because he came with this original proposal, they had $0 for professional services. He was to sunset now, and these 4 individuals would be our code department. We've, through our input, added Doreen back in there. Unfortunately, we can't speak for this manager or whoever interim manager is. The 5 of us have to make the decision, and that's unfortunate, but that's the reality.
So that's what I'm saying. So we have 6 months, for example. That's a scenario we can look into. 6 months of professional services in order to train a fully have CAP sign off on the training of 4 full employees to take over what she's currently doing. And then we are a code department of 4 people. And again, this is,
I think is a lot. I think is too many people for us. What did you say El Portal has?
They're about 80% our size, and they were $92,000 for their code.
How many people? Do you know how many people?
1,900?
No, no, no,
mean,
no. How many code?
Oh,
officers
people,
are there?
oh, I don't know. That I don't know. I just looked at total. Just looked at total number.
Less, it's
Yeah.
clearly a third.
Clearly fewer, yeah.
What we have. So that's the way I'm looking at it. It is for the next manager to decide. And we have 6 months where we are going to be locked in with the current structure. We're not going to make a hire for the next 3 months, and then we can give more months for the manager to move around those numbers as he sees fit. But we can commit to a full year of professional services again.
You said we can or cannot?
Not. I
Cannot.
don't think we
I
can.
agree. We cannot. I think 6 months, even 6 months is a strain on our budget. But if that's the reality, then it is what it is. But
Can I ask you very quickly, Brad, on the subject of the cap agreement?
On the subject of what?
Cap agreement, professional services in 31. Are we able to just terminate that contract and remove it from the line item? Do we even have that ability right now?
We'll look at the contract to see what the termination clause is.
So there's nothing formal in there. I know a little bit about it, that requires you to do it. This was at our benefit to do it this way. We said, okay, we needed Doreen to do A, B, and C. Remember how we got here was a lot of it was over in the building department. And we scrubbed that, got this money in here. So you had a clear picture of what you were spending on that role. So you can, it's a valve. You can lower the valve or increase the valve in essence with reasonable notice, I think, of, a couple weeks.
so if we have flexibility, could we,
He'll probably find it. Yeah, absolutely.
if we have
That's how
flexibility?
all those
could we-
contracts were written that way, where there's an hourly and you task them, within reason, I'm sure.
If we have flexibility where we could lower the valve, could we cut Doreen's hours in the village? So she's still present here and still running the department, but
Yeah, I'm not aware of us into any formal agreement for the hours. It was really project-based and minimum. The building department's a little different than code, if I recall. But I'm sure it's like any government contract, Brad, that we would, you would have no more than 30 days locked into anything.
Usually there is a termination for convenience clause.
Yeah.
You just have to find, because I believe that for Doreen's position, I believe that occurred, I think, when Mario was the manager, if I remember.
She was, the cap agreement was signed when Mario was here. Got it. Sorry, I can't hear you, Madam Clerk. Could you speak with the mic, please?
If you remember the conversation, it was CAP that had to give us the 30 days and we didn't have, remember we didn't have a time frame.
That was, right, that was put in, right, understood, okay. That, the
I didn't
30
hear what you
day-
said, Pamela.
she's saying the 30-day provision, the 30-day termination provision was put in and provided for by CAP because there was nothing in there before. So now that's part of the agreement where we have a 30-day termination for convenience provision, correct?
Right, but I don't describing termination. I think you're describing scope.
Okay, understood. I just want to make sure that we, under the agreement, that we have the ability to do what's sort of being talked about right now.
Well, so there was a supplemental agreement that was entered on October 4th of 2022 that was executed by the former manager, Mr. Diaz. The work would be performed on a weekly basis during the regular working hours, 4 days a week. CAP will charge a fee of $3,000 per week, not to exceed $54,000. Invoices will be sent, collecting a lump sum fees.
I'm sorry, are we trying to determine what it would be on
Yeah, what it would look like if we were taking this kind of, either, right, reducing or, right, exactly, correct. I just want to make sure we have, the assurity that we have the ability to do what we're talking about doing.
So there's no termination language in that particular agreement, so I'm just going back to the original agreement. So you can terminate giving 10 days written notice.
Okay. And we can reduce.
Sorry?
We can reduce the hours too. Looks like Paul's saying yes.
It doesn't address it. think you could negotiate that with CAP.
And that would correspond to a reduction in cost in the budget, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, you can negotiate that with CAP. I mean, CAP's response could be, well, we're just taking her away.
No, I understand that.
Whatever we decide here, keep in mind, a manager's going to come in and that person's going to be in charge of this. And they could decide to rearrange they could reshuffle the deck, and, but we need to make it clear that we want the job done well and that department to function at a high level. And if it's with those 4 people whose names we see, or 4 people whose names we've never heard of, or the money's combined and now it's 3, that's up to the manager. But to Ryan, your very initial point, this is bloated. So if we're going to decide to take a big swing at it, the easiest thing to do that doesn't impact one of our own employees is to look at the cap thing and take a huge chunk of that. So
That's why I'm suggesting 6 months without knowing exactly what that entails, but I agree with you.
here's my
That's
problem with 6
phenomenal.
months, and I'm not disagreeing with you. It's that in 6 months, we'll probably have a manager who's just starting who won't even know how it's working, what's going on. That person needs time to see what's even going on. They're going to land here and go, oh, this contract ended. Now I have,
Well, we can't take 6 months.
Yeah.
It took us 3 months to hire a manager before and we were rushed. It's going to be the same process.
Yeah.
And then he has.
and this time of year is not going to help. Yeah.
No, so I just, this might happen next year the same way. We already carried it out for a year, and to your point of people paying taxes for things they can't see, this is really blown out of proportion salary. We can't justify.
What are you suggesting? What do you think we should cut it
Maybe
by?
cut 6 months out of this.
Just cut it by half.
Cut it by
Yeah,
half
50%.
to allow the sunset, which is what we had agreed the previous year to do, and
That,
didn't
and that
happen.
half, the manager would decide, it would be an interim manager now, would be starting pretty quickly, would decide, I'll keep it full-time for 6 months, or I'll cut it to half-time and let it drag out longer.
Maybe
whenever
request
they work.
CIP to cover the remaining 6 months for the person to stay in because it's so critical, but it will come from a suggestion from a manager. I don't think at this stage we have the possibility to keep stretching a budget this big. It's an increment of almost 60% of the budget versus previous year, which was supposed to be smaller. So again, this is literally, trying to test where the wind is going to say 6 months is half of it. 3 months, we'll have a manager in. For 3 months, he'll be able to sort of see where things are going, hopefully. And then, again, this is all speculation. And then at the end, suggest, what, we need more money, reduce the CIP budget. I'm not going to make some of the projects, and we'll need an amendment. And I'm.
May
and I
not
think
have
it-
to reduce the CIP. It could be
It could
money out of
be-
reserve. He could come and say, we need $25,000 out
Correct.
of reserve. That's
Yes.
not in the emergency, without touching, because I don't like touching
And
the CIP
he'll-
either.
No, and I agree. I'm just putting out an example just to say this is, at the end of the day, it's going to be the manager's decision. Today, we need to arrive to a number. Let's start at half.
I'll go with half. If someone says half, I'll go by half and see where it goes, because we're taking a swing. That's all we can do is take a swing.
I would be more comfortable with 4 months and then adding it's 13,000. I did the math, 13,000 a month, adding the 26,000 to contingency. So our goal is 4 months. If we need, the money's there in the department that they could continue for 2 more, but the goal is 4 months.
I'm
First
okay
quarter
with
of the
that
year.
because I like the contingency idea. I just want to say, again, Doreen has been so critical in this process. I just don't understand and can no longer justify not having her either full-time be an employee of ours, or not had already trained everyone up to speed. So those 2 things haven't happened, so I'm okay with that scenario.
The 4 months, guys, scares me because 4 months is October, no manager, November, no manager.
He will have the
He
contingency.
has the contingency. If the money's in the department, he can, just like you always say, it can be
know.
moved around. It's in there.
If it hasn't been spent,
But
you can cut it.
I understand.
It states a goal, 4 months with the contingency of.
I think the goal is unreasonable because look, do what, I would go with 6, not 4. I think the goal is unreasonable because we're not going to have a manager until month 4 or 5, the same.
I think to the point, to the inverse of your point too, there's 78, because I think that's half, if my math is correct. If 78 is there and we decide after 4 months, that's good, we can move the remainder into contingency. We're moving it within the same department. We're really just arguing over the same thing. It's kind of apples to apples, or 6 one or half dozen the other. So look, I'd be fine with the 50%. And if we go with four, if four works, that's great. Then we can shuffle it into contingency.
I say 50%.
I'd be good with, I'd be all right with that.
Fine.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
He says 40, she says 40. John, what do you say? Sounds like we have 2 at 50 and 2 at 40. You're up.
I'm 50.
No, no,
You're
she said
50.
50.
I'm sorry, I thought you
I
said
said- I
40.
said 50%
Yeah, she did.
regionally.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 40.
I was fine with putting some in contingency, but yeah, it works.
Okay, so tell me what we just did so I can make notes.
We reduced line item C30 or C31 line item 7 from 156 to 78.
Code number there? 31.
31. And now the other side of that
I'm sorry, decreased it by how much?
50%, which is 78. So the other side of that conversation then is, of course, C12. If we are reducing, if we're reducing the cap portion by 50%, are we leaving untouched C12? Because these are the 4 people that are slated to take over.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And C12 stays.
Well, look, the manager's going to do what she or he wants to do anyway.
Right. And the money's within the department.
So much money. I don't know how we got it. Whatever, move on.
All right. What other items within the code did we want to address?
It's a big one.
It's a small one, but 41 communication cell phones. I thought that all got moved to Helium phones. It should be an admin. Yeah, all phones went to admin, 29 phones across the village. And it's in a couple places. Like, I'm gonna keep saying this tonight.
It's not reducing the overall budget, it's just moving it to the correct department.
It's reducing that department and then moving it.
Right, exactly.
But it's
all budgets.
But it's allocated for twice, so it is.
Is this
It would be then.
C41 you're seeing?
41,
41 AT&T mobility cell phones.
Yeah. Okay.
the 997.
$1,867. Those 2 phones moved. I'm sorry, it's not 2 phones. It's an iPad also.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
Five.
With the iPad.
51,
I think the iPad needs to stay.
I misread it. So it's only the 997.
All right.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm sorry, ask us to go in reverse, but back to 12, the staff. I made a note that at a previous workshop, I'm sorry, I'm not talking into my mic, that Chris said it would be a supervisor, 2 officers, and an admin, and they're all 4 described there as code officers. So I'm not sure when and how that changed, but I had a note that it was, that what we were looking at was incorrect, that one of them was an admin.
Mm-hmm.
So that description does not seem to be right. Does anyone know, does anyone else remember that, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not 4 officers, it's 3 officers and an admin.
Labeled as a supervisor.
Okay.
Well, the supervisor also is a working code officer. So a supervisor is a code officer, 2 others. This is what I was expecting to see on on this version tonight, was
yeah.
a supervisor, 2 officers, and an admin.
Chris, you're on the phone. Can you answer to that question?
Yeah, it is correct. We have the supervisor, 2 officers, and the admin.
Okay, and who's the admin here?
The admin for code is Vanessa.
Okay. So Vanessa does not necessarily go around the village as an officer. She just sits, kind of doing the
And
back.
she works at the
office
code
of it.
compliance meetings. She represents at the code compliance meetings.
Okay. So we would have
9.
3 full working officers.
So
walking
that,
the village.
that language needs to be fixed. I'm not suggesting anything should change there.
Have
other
the
than-
note.
Okay.
Line 9, you had, right? Okay.
The other admin in there is Denisha. She's line 11. She's the 50% code or 25% code, 75% building. I see that Doreen has her hand up.
So is that amount of money that we're seeing for D. Thomas, is that only showing the 2/3 of her salary that is assigned to this department?
No, we're taking the full salary out of this department. Doreen has her hand up. She may want to chime in on this.
Okay.
She what? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Chris.
She wants to
Oh,
but-
okay.
provide comment on this.
Thank you, Doreen.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Not very
Little bit. Very
good.
hard to hear you.
Is this better?
Better.
I just wanted to say, there are only two code officers, which one we call it supervisor, and there's only one other officer in the field. Still very low?
Sorry, Doreen, say that one more time. We're gonna try and turn the volume up so we can hear you properly, but you said there was only two officers?
There are only two officers. The other two positions are for clerks. One is the code clerk and the other one is the zoning clerk. So at the moment, we only have two officers. Outside of my augmented contract position, you only have two people working in the department. I mean, three people working in the department, which is the code clerk, one supervisor, and one officer.
So it'll be you, Luciano, and Rafael.
That's correct. And then Vanessa is the code clerk that does the meetings. She doesn't go out in the field.
Okay. And what about Denisha?
Denisha is the clerk that does the zoning meetings,
The what, I'm sorry?
zoning and
Okay.
design review meetings.
So we're paying her from the code department, but you're saying her function is fully a building?
Well, the idea was to have her to cross-train the two clerks, so when either one of them is not there, they could still do the others' meetings. But her primary role is the zoning and design review board meeting.
Why is she in this budget then? I'm so confused. So we're looking at something where the numbers don't make sense and the titles are all wrong and we're trying to figure out what's up with the department and, oh my God.
Remember, there was a reorganization taking these individuals that were originally under the admin is where they were being funded and it was moved here. So there's a history that created this.
But she performs a building function. She's a building employee.
I don't know their functions. I
correct.
just-
Mhm. She does the zoning, meaning she would be, it's a building function.
Okay, we're hearing two different answers. Pamela's saying she does both and Doreen is saying she's a building function only. Is that correct, Doreen?
That's her primary. I would say her primary. Now, it was my idea to cross-train them because having one clerk just doing the meetings was a risk for us. If she's not there, no one would be there to do the meetings. So I wanted to cross-train them, which we haven't done yet. So they could
Okay.
be in each other's roles when the other person is not there. But her primary role is zoning. She is doing the zoning and design review board meetings.
Okay.
She has a code function then, but
Okay, well, no, she doesn't even have a code function yet. But I think what I heard Doreen say was she wants to train her. She hasn't started that yet, so she would be a backup. But she's in this, we're seeing her in this department as a salary, which is making this budget look big. But she's really in the building department and she's gonna be cross-trained and called upon if needed for just to go to the code compliance meeting. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes, so she's doing the job that SP was doing. SP was doing both zoning and building. So those two roles were separated because it was a lot of work and she couldn't keep up with it. So Dina does building, and in the other role that SP used to do, we replaced with Denisha.
so does she belong?
She's building.
She's built.
Why is she in the code budget? I mean, Chris, can you chime in here? Doreen is telling us something that is different than what we're looking at in this budget. Another employee of the village is here shaking her head no. Chris, what's going on here?
The original plan, as I stated, was to have Denisha working part building, part code. We put her position 100% in code to try to make it less confusing. We can put her wherever you want to put her. If you want to stick her in building, we can stick her in building. If you want to have 50% in each, we can do that. If you want to have 75% in building, 25% in code, we can do that. This is just the one position that we picked with the ultimate plan of eliminating cap services as I was instructed. So we can put it wherever you want.
So I guess it doesn't, if she's doing both and she's functioning in both positions, or the intention is for her to function in both positions, the point is she's doing work and there's a salary somewhere here in this budget.
Yeah.
Do we want to keep it in code, or do we want to allocate it 50-50, or do we want to move it?
I don't know. Then it gets confusing. I don't know. According to what Doreen's saying, She's not really working in code. She's going to be cross-trained to be called in to do a meeting if she's needed, but she's not going to have a regular function in code. Chris is telling us something. I don't know.
At the expense of her, having her Doreen, whether she's being trained, whether she's going to be trained, whether she's in a support role or she's gonna be in a support role, it's gotta be somewhere. If she's doing code work or going to be doing code work, then I would say just leave it here and
Yes.
let's go forward.
It's net zero. We have bigger issues tonight, don't we?
And I think I'm looking at the structure overall, like having 4 officers is what we are agreeing. Whatever positions they're in, phasing out the role of the director. What do you say? Shaking.
They're not officers. That's what we're looking at on paper. They're not. So that's one thing that got
That's the
clarified.
goal, but
That's a-
we have the budget for it for next year.
No, the goal, no, that's just a typo, not a typo, it's just a wrong title. The goal is not to have 4 officers. The goal is to have the supervisor and 1 officer, an admin, and a backup clerk, kind of add
That's
2
correct.
admin positions. There's not a goal to have, no, the words on the paper are wrong here.
So we have 2 officers, 1 administration.
2 admin, but one of them really belongs to a different department.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is what the next manager is going to be handed is going to be here, 4 people working for this
But
department.
not 4 officers.
That would be up to him to decide whether the right people are in the jobs, what sort of responsibilities.
Well, they're not trained to be officers. They're not code officers.
And that's the part of, having Doreen also for another 6 months to do this. I mean, at the end of the day, again, we're not going to fix all this. As I am looking at it, is
The money.
people in code, different levels, with 6 months of a supervisor at the level of Doreen, training them so she can be phased out. And I'm okay with that. I'm not going to understand what Denisha does versus Vanessa
I
right
agree.
now.
I agree. I was just
I don't
clarifying
think-
that it's not, we don't have 4 officers.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we need to get those words changed, Paul? Okay.
Got it.
All right, so look, the other, I was back to 12. Ryan, where did you have us? You were commenting on, there was the phones.
Yeah, the
Which
phone.
we resolved. Okay.
Fix that.
Look, the other big increase, I mean, health insurance is reducing the cap agreement. Does that have any an impact on health insurance?
Unfortunately, no.
Just curious.
45 in code, it says it's a commercial insurance. It's the automobile insurance. It says auto 1, but we have more than 1 automobile. So is it more than 1 auto should be written here? Or are we only seeing partial insurance here?
This is the only auto that's ever been assigned wholly to code. The other
Okay.
officer probably shared by another department, perhaps, building, be my guess. So
Is that the case, Chris?
The other autos are currently being funded by the police department insurance.
Okay, so they're all covered, just the only one listed under code is that one vehicle. Right, where's the other?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. So the other,
Sorry, that begs the question, is it 2 different insurance plans? Would we get a better rate if we bundle?
no, they're all bundled together.
Oh,
It's just
that's
how
just-
they've historically been allocated.
Okay.
Whole villages?
It's just weird allocating.
are there any other comments on? All right, so,
Yeah, 44004, the vehicle lease on the 2023 Ford F-150 Lightning. It's budgeted at 0, but then below it, there's a note that says $1,033. I assume that means per month until January of 2029, but then the amount is 0.
The budget originally had a line item for an electric vehicle in code. What we ended up doing was purchasing it through the police department and assigning that vehicle to Public Works. It makes more sense to have it there than in code.
So there
The
is
vehicle
$1,000
lease
a
here
month.
of $1,033 per month should actually go into the Public Works budget.
that's why it's budgeted here at 0, correct?
Is it
correct.
budgeted properly in Public Works at $1,033 per month? Paul? Okay.
That's 44 in that.
Are you looking, Ryan?
Yeah, it's in there. I see it.
It's in there?
Yep.
In 41, I'm still confused about the laptops. There's 2 laptops, one for clerk, one for director for field use. Well, the clerk is not for field use. It's one for the clerk. Hers is for meetings, right? So is it 2 laptops and it's described awkwardly, or is it 1 laptop?
We've already had this discussion. Field use does not mean in somebody's hand while they're walking around writing code citations. Field use also includes things like bringing it into meetings. So what we need is 2 additional laptops. We can call them whatever you want. We can assign them to whoever you want, but we have 1 laptop. We need 2 additionals.
Another big line item here.
Does the building clerk have her own, Denisha, that she uses for planning, or does she use the same one that goes to code meetings?
Denisha doesn't have a laptop, I'm sorry. She needs one. And they could remove, the one for the manager, just because, the manager may not be here for a long time. But, Denisha definitely needs one for her zoning meetings.
When you say manager, do you mean you, Doreen?
Yes, sir.
So do you have one already from the village, or you're saying one of these is for you?
No, I've never had a laptop, and my intention going forward was to go out into the field more to assist the gentleman, but
Okay. So there's one here for the clerk and one was for you, but now we're saying you're not going to be here for long. So then why are
Correct.
we getting her a laptop? So she's
Correct.
volunteering that she doesn't need this laptop.
that's correct.
Okay, so we can cut that in half.
41 line 14. That would bring it from 3, I presume, down to 15.
To $1,500, yeah.
Right. All right.
This is 41, yes.
Yeah, line 14.
There's another 41 or another $1,500.
Okay, thanks, Doreen. At the risk of jumping around, the next real, I guess, larger one would be item 55, unless anyone has anything before that.
Really quick on 52, I've asked this question a couple of times and I don't think I got a clear answer, but maybe I did, and I'm sorry if I did. But fuel, $900, I thought we allocated all fuel funds to police. At least that's what the note on police says.
Yes, we really need to make a decision on how the commission would prefer to have this information recorded. So the bottom line is the police have the fuel account. All vehicles, public works, police, code, everything comes through the police department's fuel account at North Miami. We can either continue to do that and have all those dollars allocated in the police department budget, understanding that fuel is for every vehicle, or we can take it and break it down to each individual department. The easiest thing to do from the accounting perspective is to have it all living in the same department. Well, actually, I shouldn't speak for finance. Paul, if you want to chime in on that, but from the manager's perspective, if the commission wants to see exactly every penny that is spent in code, for example, we need to leave this 900 in code. If the commission is just concerned about the overall dollar value, then from the accounting perspective, let's leave it in police. It's whatever you would like to do, unless Paul, you have something else.
Can I ask you, Chris, as the budget currently sits before us, it's still broken down by department, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So at the risk of having to go backwards and redo it, I'd say just leave it for now, because
I like seeing it in the department because then you see the total picture for a department. Although I think we would all benefit from having notes added to things like this, like say it's recognized here, but it goes through the police account, or if it's the other way around, it's all in the police department, and then you break down a pop-up schedule comes up that says which department it really is for. But otherwise, future commissioners will be like, why is there no gas for the?
I understand it would be great if that happened, but if you look at year to date, it says $0. I guarantee you we weren't driving the vehicles with no gas. It was all getting coded to police. So if that's going to continue happening, just put it all in police and we all see it in one place. It makes for simple accounting on our employees' side. They don't have to worry about where they code it. They don't have to worry. It all gets coded to police.
So
not
there's
happening.
also a benefit maybe of having it here. One of the discussions I remember when Mario was here was maybe even considering EV vehicles at some point. So understanding how much we're spending, and it would be an effect also to know how much we could save. I just don't, I don't see it as an issue to have it by department. I actually see it as a benefit. I'd rather track how much are we driving around and potentially what could we
Yep.
save in the future if we were to.
I agree with both of you because you're right that it makes better visibility on here. And he's right that it creates a coding issue that tangles up what you're trying to accomplish. So it's kind of like they're both right.
Talk about
Yeah.
kind of pay for some part of the budget. that we
Yeah,
have
yeah,
this
yeah.
year. But I think it's cleaner to see it by department.
Paul, can I ask you a quick question on this? That additional finance position that you had proposed the last time we were together, would that person be able to kind of make this a little bit more clear each year?
That would
Right,
be-
that person could handle the coding so it flows to the right departments. The other thing a budget analyst would do is keep that pop-up report updated. So you would just get miles from each car and you could interpret backward.
Calculate.
Yeah, you could
Okay.
work backwards and create their amount of fuel usage as an administrative report, but you leave the budget as it is. Like you have both options. But that's the skill that is a big gap.
As long as we can see it, to Vero's
Mhm.
point,
Yeah.
that makes me happier, but I don't want to create the mess that Ryan is describing. So
I mean, to this date, we have 0.
exactly.
So
So it's not working.
it's not working. So it's, essentially we'll be able to track what we're doing on a monthly basis.
So Paul, how big of a, see, here we are going to vote on a budget tonight. This is why we shouldn't be at this position on second hearing. We're going to vote on a budget tonight and you're going to move stuff around. So how big of a deal is it to be moving stuff around like that after we voted on it and hoping we got it all right?
Well, there's two things you're doing is you're creating the millage rate, right? So you create that gives us a number. We can reduce, right now, so far, all we've done is reduce numbers, but moving them around, yes, it has a ripple effect that I can't calculate the exact, you're gonna adopt the budget in form in essence, and the millage rate will be literal adoption. So that's just reality. Just like the reserve comment I made earlier, we're not gonna know that number.
All right, so
What are we doing?
I would propose that we leave it as is for now. And candidly, I would really like to see that additional finance person to help better track this. So I hope we could get to that point, but going back and having them kind of configure all this now, I think doesn't
That
make a lot of sense.
worries me.
Yeah, I'd say let's not mess around with what we've already done. So I understand what you're saying, Vice Mayor, and I do agree with you. I do. I don't want to make it any more difficult on Paul, but I don't want us to go backwards, quite candidly. So I'd say we leave it as is and move on.
Okay.
Are there any other items we want to talk about in code?
I had one other thing. Let me just look back. I think I may have answered my other question.
Well, you're looking, Commissioner Kennedy, Paul, same question about health insurance, workers' comp, unemployment, retirement contributions. Is any of that affected by the cap position sunsetting? Okay, just checking.
Negative. Nope.
And then on C49 contingency, we have $1,000 there. We never spend a thing. Are we still considering leaving that? I'll be okay to remove that since we've
Or
never.
drop it down to some minimal thing in case they need it.
Just we haven't spent anything.
Well-
We are literally budgeting for a
Well,
laptop. so-
Well, the report shows that we haven't spent anything, but we aren't always 100% certain about that. To Ryan's point.
What
Hey,
sort
Ryan.
of contingency issues? are
Voting.
gonna- Again,
Yeah, so
I think if we're gonna reduce it anymore, I would just cut it. I think $1,000 is the minimum. If you, that's not really, $500 is not a contingency.
what number is that?
we didn't have anything. C
49.
49, we didn't have
I don't think
anything.
we had anything. That's what's always worries me.
What do you mean? It wasn't adopted, I
it
mean, it
could've-
approved?
It could have been coded wrong. Money, $1,500.
Well, then we gotta live right now. We
I know.
can't be here.
I know.
If it was
What
coded wrong,
number is that, Vero?
that is C49,
49.
What's the proposal then?
to remove it.
Move it? Do we have a,
I'll go with that.
That's fine.
sounds like it's being cut. All right, 1,000 from 49.
Okay, I have one. Item 30, object code 31. I just want clarification on this, Brad. This is attorney services during code meetings. What is that $1,000 getting us? Are you charging us by the hour against that?
We talked about this.
Yeah.
We have an agreement in place with the village
Yep.
for respond or appearing at code or planning board.
Give me an hourly rate. That's
It's
all.
at an hourly rate of $225 an hour.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. That's all my code stuff.
I don't have anything else on code. Anyone else?
No.
All right, great. All right, that's code. We made some cuts out of there.
So what's the final number that we have?
I had about 80,000 total.
Paul,
Working on. Need to put on the big, keep it running tally.
What's that?
You need to put it on the big board.
Oh, yeah, I know. That'd be great if we could just have a running total, but Paul's got our running total, I think.
Yeah. Oh, it's
That's a reduction of 81,497.
Anyone?
how much?
81,497.
Okay,
There's 2 millage points right there.
so let's go to Public Works if we can. Because I think there's a couple of things in here that we can move around. I didn't say cut, I said move. Okay, so here we are with Public Works. Everybody have it open?
I'm still opening it. Hold on.
Okay. Commissioner Holland, I thought you might have something for us in Public Works when we get to it.
I think this thing would be under CIP.
What's that?
This thing would be under CIP.
Oh, CIP, I'm sorry.
I-
You're right.
I don't want to throw
No,
a kind of variable into this, but it does speak back to the point that we have a bigger margin of error than perhaps what we're discussing, but
I understand.
what the mayor was referring to is the idea that I'm going to try and reintroduce where we can actually finance some of the things that are in our CIP, which would turn it into a monthly mortgage payment, like the building, the $100,000 building. Instead of spending 100,000, you spend 5,000 for 20 years, you amortize it. So but those are other ideas. I don't want to throw that in the machine right now because that's a hypothetical. It might not pass.
No, I
How about it?
understand. It was my fault. I thought it was in Public Works. We'll get there when we get there. So let's start with Public Works.
Okay.
I mean, I am happy to discuss it.
Good.
So object code 12, it's the salaries. And it's not the entire staff because some of them are in road fund, right? So it says here, what it still said last time, it's $100,000 budget for the manager and it has the former manager's name next to it. And then it has 3 laborers below that. But I don't see our manager that we have in place now, that Chris put in place. So where's our current manager on here?
it's taking the role of Juan. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking out loud.
That is correct.
Okay, so you're,
That budgeted amount?
No,
okay.
So this number is wrong?
correct.
Okay, so we have to untangle this page as well. This is a big nut.
This was,
And this is all union contracted things. So what is, John Jenkins is our current manager. I'm sorry, John, your title is manager now, correct? Yeah, okay. So what should the salary be for this fiscal year? It shouldn't say Juan Peña, first of all, but what is the salary?
Juan, I I unfortunately don't have access to payroll at the moment, or not Juan, I'm sorry, John. It was, is it 50 off the top of my head?
55.
Okay, so that's 45 off.
And then 10 of the 100,000 that's showing there is going over to ISA to handle some of the administrative functions.
That'll reflect in Public Parks and Rec, correct?
It is not yet. This was brand new as of, I think, a week ago.
Okay.
We were able to make this.
So are we saying the manager would be a 55 and we have an additional position, administrative at the remaining 45?
the manager is at 55. An additional $10,000 is going to ISA, so that $100,000 is
Oh,
actually
sorry.
$65,000.
Got it. I didn't hear the additional
But we're
10.
not showing it as 65 here.
No.
We're going to show it as 55 here. And when we get to Parks and Recs, we'll see the additional 10 there. Is that correct?
I think it would be
It is,
reflected.
it is not showing there yet because as I said, this decision was made a week and a half ago. This gets back again to the question of how do you want this presented? This $10,000 that's going to Parks and Rec to ISA is Public Works money. So do you want to show that in Public Works? Or do you want to add that to the Parks and Rec budget?
Okay.
This is
Okay,
meant to
I got it.
reflect some of the additional work ISA that
Yes.
you'll be doing for within
Yes.
a public works
Correct.
function, correct?
I'm
Correct.
pro for the idea of keeping it by department. What I would suggest is
Putting it here?
to add an additional line,
Here,
yes,
okay.
that says admin work, and we put it 10 grand, and maybe make a note, Paul, that would be for, in this case, for ISA to contribute for the administration of
100%.
department.
It could
Okay.
say a new item there. It could say admin or whatever you want to call it, and in parens, rec center manager, additional for rec center manager. So we always remember that. Otherwise, we're going to forget who it is. and
Right,
who's
I'll
the
have
admin
that,
over there.
I have that note. What I'm writing down is subtracting 35,000.
Okay, that's correct. And now that we have that sorted, the three labor wages there, the 135,772, that is not changing. Is that right?
To my knowledge, no.
Correct. That, Paul,
That's that's-
correct me if
that's-
I'm wrong, but that should be based on the union negotiations that we were
Right,
anticipating.
that's reflective of existing.
Got it. Okay.
And future.
All right, so
So this 235 total went down to 190, 7072?
It reduced by 35,000.
35, so
200.
200.
772.
correct.
Okay.
I'm correct in understanding that the money we're seeing for the three laborers is not the extent of their pay because on top of that, they're paid through the road fund, correct? We're not seeing their entire money here. We're seeing what's budgeted through this department, but money is coming in from sanitation and road fund for some of these people. And that's not showing here. Is that correct? Or are we seeing their full salary here?
Portions
Seeing the
are,
full salary here.
right, we have 2 people listed in Public Works and 2 people listed in roads.
You have 3 in Public Works and 2 in roads.
Yes, plus, yeah, sorry, we had they're split up for some reason on my sheet. Yes, we have 4 total people in Public Works and 2 in roads. They are Mr. Penna who's now vacant, Castro, Mr. Castro, McWilliams, Thomas, Jenkins, and Murray.
Okay,
Are
but
the-
there, no,
are
on
the
this
names.
page that we're looking at here in this department, that is their full salary. But in other words, there's quote revenue coming into this department from other sources that offset some of this.
There's no revenue that comes into Public Works.
You're just charging some
people-
of the expense to
We're
roads.
just charging it to something else. Understood. Okay, fair enough. Got it. Okay,
But it's not charging the salaries are just seen here.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, in 44.
Can I
Oh,
just?
sorry,
bring
I'm sorry, I'm
something
sorry.
up Before we move out of this budget. So in essence, we reduced the budget by
35.
$35,000.
Yes.
I want to be fair to one of the requests that John came through last meeting, saying that he needed another person. If you guys remember, he stood up and said, we need to consider to have an additional force. I see that we have budgeted 0 for the worker, that position, used to maybe have some budget on, I don't know, facility maintenance worker. I think it was
The brown is the
suggestion.
ask. That was in the original ask.
The original ask. Since we just realized that there was additional budget in here, do we want to consider those 35,000 for the request? I mean,
And
a lot of what
or-
we've heard has to do with the ability to maintain what we have at the standards that the people want to see.
Yep.
A lot of what we've heard has to do with how low we pay compared to other municipalities. And a lot of what we've heard has to do with improving a lot of the green spaces. These things don't go together. Either we, increase the budget and kind of stand behind the ability to sustain this long-term, or we're going to keep hearing the same things. So if we just reduce the budget by $35,000, can we consider leaving it there for the manager to look into the opportunity for additional help.
And or the bonuses that we,
Or the bonuses to be but I wouldn't like to remove this from salaries so that the manager has the ability to move it around as he sees need.
or.
If I
we
may
have a-
chime in on that real quick, the $35,000 is not going to go far at all for an additional person. I believe a maintenance two, Manager Jenkins, you and I just chatted about this, was maintenance 244,000, if I recall correctly. So we would have to have that 44,000 plus the benefits.
Chris, he said he doesn't have the paperwork in front of him to confirm one way or the other. I understand that that may not be enough, but why don't we continue to see if there's other places we can make that up to see if we can allocate it for that position, or if it's not enough for the bonuses that had come up. So I think those two items are in play. There's a couple other things in here that we might be able to rearrange to try and make that work.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, please.
I just asked the manager a question.
Of course.
Chris, the maintenance worker one and, was it 2 and 3? Wasn't that removed from the new contract?
No, that was included in the new contract to do a couple of things. The main one was give them the path forward to promotion and increasing salary.
But the position stayed?
Correct. We kept 1, 2. Well, yeah, we basically got rid of everything that existed at Public Works and changed that into a facility maintenance worker 1, 2, or 3.
Okay, it was the other way around. Okay, thank you.
What are you trying to? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let me say before we move off this, that I'm
Sure.
in support of finding this money if we can. But at loose number, we heard 44. I think Paul always says we should account 40% more for benefits.
Right.
So keep that in mind while we're going. We're 40% on top. So let's find the money and let's give it to them. But
Yeah.
let's find the money. It's 40% on top of 40.
Is it,
That's the rough number, Paul.
When you
always
like
says.
add
No,
the
that's definitely
benefits,
a good G&A number, but does
Yeah.
the 44 include benefits or no? That's just.
no,
I
it's
think
basic
probably not.
salary.
salary?
So anything in the budget that is tied to a salary line includes all the benefits. But if you bring a new one in, you have to do a markup on the fly.
I'd heard the number 44, wasn't sure if they'd already accounted for that or not.
This makes a fun conversation
So if you just put the 40% more, it would be around the 72 grand.
of impact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is this something that could be a part-time person so we don't pay benefits?
Yes, we could.
Yeah.
We could.
Or a professional service like one of these companies? Because,
That's often articulated in the labor union agreement. That
articulated in
might-
what way?
might restrict, like, they would not want that. So
It would not want that. Okay.
Yeah.
But we could also.
really
the ma-
expressed in the police.
The new
union,
manager
they
could
know,
go
is there a
move forward
part-time?
with a professional
Oh,
service, someone to mow
is
the
there
grass. the
part-time?
easy stuff.
Is there a part-time?
If I can jump in real quick, I was able to pull up the exact information. Maintenance worker 1, which is just the basic, no additional duties or certifications, is 37,460 and 80 cents. A maintenance worker 2 is 41,662 and 40 cents, and a maintenance worker 3 is 46,336.32. So the maintenance worker 3 has some additional supervisory responsibilities as well as some additional certifications such as CDL. So if we want to bring in a maintenance 2, that would be the 41,662.40. If you're looking at bringing in a maintenance 3, it'd be 46,336.32.
And Chris, I remember you mentioned before that a maintenance 2 brings with them the skills that could do a little bit of facility maintenance, vehicle maintenance, which we would save some money on farming out that vehicle maintenance, oil changes and things like that. We could bring that in-house, right?
Correct.
So there's a cost savings there as well.
All right, so we have some numbers there that we know what we got to hit.
Can I ask a question on org chart here? So Juan, you here, thank you for being here again. We're a huge part, I think, of putting the department and the visibility of the commission with the needs and sort of the progress that you saw through the manager and wanted to showcase. A lot of areas that at least I saw improvement. That position is removed here, and we have $10,000 for administration. Does that mean, Isa, that you, in a way, they report to you in a sort of a dotted line? What does administration entail? Is this administration in terms of processing buys and biddings and, yeah.
Issa, if you want to jump in, otherwise I can explain too, whichever you prefer.
Sorry, Chris,
Yeah.
Isa was explaining, but
Do-
go ahead,
so
Chris.
you wanna
He
grab
doesn't
the
have a
mic?
So if you,
Thank you.
all
So
right,
that
Isa's gonna
Chris
step
can-
up, Chris, and explain on the mic.
John is the day-to-day operations manager. All staff reports to him. My role is working hand in hand with him on administrative things. So working with freebies, CITT, FDOT, pending grants, and basically administrative duties that he's already doing. We just work well to make sure everything is taken care of office-wise. So he
Yeah.
can remain still to be able to be in the field, be on, still continuing that supervisor position as
Yeah.
being the manager as well, though.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Isa. All right, so let's move on. I see the next big one is 44, but does anybody have anything before we get to 44?
No, but I have something in 44.
44, so,
Oh, you know, yeah, go back to 14. I'm sorry.
14?
Yeah.
Okay,
Overtime. If things are coded properly, we're not nearly using that. A big number in there for overtime.
We've had this discussion previously as well. The number $5,000 is an estimate based on the potential for storms that come through. Some years we may have to spend $10,000. Some years we don't spend hardly anything. It just depends on the timing of the storms, the quantity of the storms, as well as the how bad they are coming in.
I understand.
How much
that.
extra
That's,
work
you
is
know,
needed.
And this is where department heads get creative with what they have to work with and figure out, okay, then maybe I'm not gonna buy all the holiday lighting that was in the budget this year because a hurricane hit and I've got to move some money around within my department. This is where we start tightening the belt a little bit. I think that's a lot of money in there, and I think we could save a couple of $1,000 in overtime. Not saying not paying overtime, just not budgeting for that much.
So let me ask, how was this budgeted? Are we counting a certain amount of hours to land to 5,000, Chris? How did we get here?
5,000 was the number we inherited. It's based on, if I remember correctly, it's based on the potential number of hours needed per storm based on the wages. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you what that formula is off the top of my head.
But
Like I
if you
said,
look at
this
the
is the
history-
number we inherited.
If you look at the history, the last couple of years, we've not come that close to that. So I think we could cut that back a little bit.
And many of those hours might have been allocated to COVID, different things like that. So
Yeah.
it's a little
So we'll know,
complicated.
you know.
But it's a placeholder for emergencies.
Exactly, and I think there's something we could tighten. And like I said, this is where organizations do this all the time. It's like something went down and you know what? We're gonna take money out of this over here that's not nearly as important as getting the streets cleaned up. It's where we tighten things up. But I'm not suggesting not paying these folks or not getting the work done. I'm saying this is where a department head gets creative with it, but I think we can cut there safely.
I'm okay with leaving it, actually. I don't see a lot of room for cutting unless you guys have, I mean, we can finish here and
Cut
maybe.
$2,000 bucks
Talking
out of
about
it, take it down to 3, it's $2,000. I mean, it's a chunk.
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving it just the way it is. If you historically look at it, in 2022, we spent 4,500. In 20 last year, we spent 3,200. It fluctuates. You also have to think that these gentlemen's salary go up every year, so their overtime rate goes up as well. You're eventually going to hit the target where 5,000 is not going to be enough, and
Get you anything.
can't predict the storms. I mean,
I-
storm showed up in June. There was a not really predicted unnamed storm. This could happen at any time. 5,000 could be too short this year. We don't know. So
I'm
moving
not suggesting that that's not incorrect. I'm just saying that you get it from somewhere else within the department. So, okay, that was a no. I'm asking to cut stuff. You are at 44, Jonathan?
yep, so 44 is the next big one. Let's talk about what we can do here.
Oh, I thought I have in my notes that the tractor backhoe was supposed to be cut to a lease. That is the lease amount? I thought it was, well, I had in my notes it was going to be $24,000 and it was a lease.
We're on 44. On 44.
Yeah,
John,
I have in my notes.
do you have any information on what a lease would look like for that? I think, I remember that conversation that we want to cut it back to a lease. Is that,
That, and the amount I have is $24,000.
I'm sorry, I
sorry,
missed
Chris.
part of that
yes,
conversation. We're talking tractor and backhoe?
So just to summarize what he said, Chris, sorry about that. John was saying, yes, he remembered the conversation about cutting it to a lease, but he didn't have the dollar amount in front of him.
Are we talking about the tractor and backhoe?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, that's roughly $2,000 a month, which is how we came up with the 25,000.
Okay.
I see. That's the lease. Okay. And I think, wasn't the wood chipper, didn't we had the same conversation, right? And we wanted, that's the lease price, correct?
Correct.
We don't have one. And these are ads based on what the department has said that they need. The orange comes from what they were asking for.
And Chris, that's a lease to own, so over 5 years, we'll own that equipment.
Right. That's right.
Okay, so my question was about.
Releasing already, John, right? Yes.
So my question was about the amount. And then, I don't know if we discussed this before, except Ryan, maybe if we brought it up, if someone brought it up, it would have been you. Do we have people qualified to use both of these pieces of equipment? I don't know if they require people of a certain training or skill level or ability or certification. I mean, I know that like in the company I work in, only certain people can drive the forklift because they're certified. No one else gets allowed to go near that thing. So do we have people who can use these things safely and they're actually trained and allowed to use them?
And
It's not on. You have to press the button on the top.
That's working.
Yeah, hello?
Good. Go ahead.
I had spoke with the Chief Steele, and he reached out to his people, and they supposed to be having a class for us to learn how to do chainsaws, to learn how to do the wood grinder, and so I don't know when that class will be here. You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming the class will happen when we receive the chipper so we can know how to operate it, you know what I'm saying, correctly, because yes, and that's one of the things that I wanted to know, because as the manager, I didn't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, okay. So training is required and you've already talked to the police chief. Will that also be reflected in your budget or are we going to see that in his budget? Is he here? No.
No.
Because I don't,
I'll jump in on that one. The training for the Public Works Department will be or should be coming out of the Public Works budget itself.
Is that in this budget that we're looking at?
Education and training in 55.
Correct, number 55, and then we did not budget enough for this.
Okay, so that's underfunded, but very quickly, Juan, did you have any insight as to that? Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, because my question, Juan, was going to be related to the buy. Usually the provider, the vendor in this case, will give you some sort of training that comes with it. I don't know if this is something usually to be negotiated when you have a lease to buy.
We have, in past equipment that I bought, the manufacturer always brings
Provides
along
it.
someone to give them training on the special use of the equipment such as the chipper or the backhoe. And then after that, it is up to them to keep going forward with the training.
Okay.
Florida League of Cities offers videos on training, and so does there's special training out there for backhoe operators to get their license as a backhoe operator.
Perfect. So in essence, we don't need a budget for it because we can count on the vendor providing the training. We would need it maybe for next year to do a refresh of it.
Correct. The vendor will provide training and he won't
We don't
leave
have- we
until
don't need money.
he's versed that they are
Okay.
aware of how to operate the equipment.
So to the point of we're not entirely certain when we're going to get it. It's coming. We're at the end. Is this more related to storm season equipment in your opinion? I know the wood chipper was more of like clearing out limbs that had maybe fallen down from a storm. takes about 6 months to get it. So then can I ask that actually leads into my next question is, should we be only budgeting half of this? Sorry, Juan.
You mean half of the $500 we have?
No, not the training, for the equipment.
Yeah, equipment.
If we're not gonna
Okay.
get the equipment for 6 months, why are we budgeting for a full year's worth of the lease now?
Because the lease purchase agreement's gonna require you payments up front in order to put the order in. So
Okay,
Down Payments and stuff, yeah.
just checking.
And
Good question.
to your point, as far as this being for storm season, visited Public Works a couple times, talked to John. The, on a almost daily basis, they're doing tree trimmings, and if you visited that facility, they use a roll-off dumpster to fill to put those tree trimmings into to get rid of them in the village. Quite often, it gets full, and piles sit in medians waiting for the trash day when that roll-off gets emptied. Utilizing the wood chipper, we can maximize our space, and piles won't sit around in the village. They'll get moved when, and using the backhoe, large piles can be moved without breaking our guys' backs.
Well, John, will the chipper stay at Public Works and you'll drag things there and chip them there? Or do you take it out to the site where a branch, you can just say, is it gonna stay at Public Works or it'll travel? It'll travel. Got it. Okay. It's that thing on that shoots over the top. Okay. Okay.
All right. Well, that's the cost. Okay. Anybody have, I see the next big one as being, 49 and 52. But does anybody have anything between 44 and those items?
Yeah. Where did we end our conversation about the boat last time?
The boat?
Yeah.
That was the amount that we represented, like the inflatable one.
That
Yeah.
is the inflatable amount.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not the boat.
It's not the flat bottom one.
Okay.
So actually, 46.2 does raise a couple of questions
Mhm.
about planting, trimming, and removal of invasive pines.
Mm.
And I know
I'll start it off.
I
Go
have it
ahead.
on my list.
Yeah, removal of invasive pines is allocated twice in our budget. It's in CIP. It's also here. It counts to $60,000 of removal of invasive pines. I'm sorry, I didn't get to it. I asked my wife if we could drive around the village and count how many pines. I got maybe a couple blocks and I didn't get very many pines. So there's got to be a number. We got to know what it is.
We have a list and they're prioritized like,
I asked for the list. I didn't get it, but I was like, I can do this myself. I can drive around and just count. I didn't get to it.
well, it's not, but it's not all of them.
Huh? The Australian pines, but there's,
Mm-hmm.
So John,
We have it.
all right, so we have a list, we do have a list, but understood. But to the immediate point, is this budgeted for twice, so we can cut this 30 because it's already in 30 in CIP?
well, if you cut CIP, it won't be in CIP anymore, but it is currently in CIP for $30,000 for removal of invasive pines, and it's also here for 30.
Do we,
So it's got to go from somewhere.
it seems to
for
me like this is the right place to put it. And CIP was for the other projects, maybe we didn't have.
It
so-
shouldn't have been there.
Capital improvement projects, not,
Correct.
But
So-
to me, 30,000 seems like a lot. I think we could cut it in half to 15. 'cause
I would ask,
We didn't remove one pine this year.
my question was going to be about that. So there is a calculation in order to get to 30,000. I'm wondering how that was calculated. Right now, we have 30,000 for tree trimming, plant and remover, So how much are we budgeting for that? For the pines to be removed?
If I can jump in on that, the $30,000 figure was based on the tree survey that was done.
Yeah.
I think it was a couple years ago. That took a look at the size, the location, that sort of stuff. And this is the number that they came up with as the total cost for removing all of them.
Do we know how many trees are there? Do you have the
I
list?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head, no.
No, but the list that John was mentioning.
One,
Okay,
I have the map here pulled up, Veronica. I just
Yeah.
emailed it to Pamela and asked her to forward it to all of you guys.
okay.
And it prioritized them in the order they should be removed. It marks which ones were already removed, so it's very clear. And I believe 30,000 was enough to remove 10 every year.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 10, so we haven't seen any.
This year, we did not.
So does it mean we need to budget twice as much? So we catch up, or we're just doing 10?
On my list that I handed you guys, I was gonna recommend that this is an area we could cut that in half. And I don't believe it should be, Vero, I'm with you. I don't know why it's in CIP. It's not a capital improvement. It's the removal of a dead plant. So I think it should stay here and cut it in half, and let's see if we get any of these done, given the current state of what's going on in the village. I'm all in favor of cutting that from 30,000 to 15,000.
Can I ask John, was it, or Juan, either of you, there is 30,000 here already considered. Has this at any way already started? Is there been a discussion with the vendor that is going to do this and tackle this next year? Maybe they have started this fiscal?
It was SFM. Yeah.
I went out and I went, while I was here, and I did go try to start the process of removing the invasive trees. The problem is that the citizens that have these trees in front, some are in favor, some are not.
Yeah.
So to allow SFM to go in and remove them all as they, out of a list, we really need to do an outreach program
Correct.
to the resident, because
To let
trust
them
me,
know.
some
that
of them
this is
came
happening.
very aggressively when I said we were planning on removing the Australian pine. They wanted it there.
Okay, so basically this has been on hold because of the backlash that sort of this conversation started. Well, there is, to your point, there is an outreach program that needs to happen. We can't just start cutting without letting people affected in the area know about, times that this is gonna happen.
Right.
Why are we doing this, you know?
The ones were taken out because they fell during hurricanes and stuff like that, but when you're taking one that is standing, people want to know why.
So is it something that we can do in a slower pace? The suggestion is that we cut this in half. Would you just keep the entire amount because we can tackle it next
That's
year?
gonna be determined by the next manager.
Yeah. But it could be done. I'm saying it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of having the budget and outreach program moving forward.
Correct.
It's a vendor. You call them and say, take the trees down. They mark them and they're gone in a week.
Look, I think in the interest of,
Budgetary.
in the interest of, well, look, in to the point that we didn't do any last year, and I know you started to try and you ran into some speed bumps. It doesn't sound like removing them all or even $30,000 worth is going to happen. So I think going back to 15 it would get us maybe 5. And if we can get that many, that'd be great. It's progress. And then if we make progress by next year, we say, hey, put the 30 back in. We can remove more. So I think
5 this year, we'd have 10 by the end of next year.
I think that would be fine.
Especially on the fact that the feedback is that we didn't have an outreach program. So I'd rather go slower and cut 10, let people know that this is happening. And they know come next year that there's going to be more of this and not just go, full speed maybe.
also-
That's the only part that because we've spoke about this, we approved this and it didn't happen. That part I'm not happy with. We're now reviewing a cutting in half. I would buy that with the idea of letting people know with it time and do it slower.
It's also worth mentioning when you talk about removing invasives, there are grant opportunities for this. This is something that we shouldn't have to pay for ourselves.
Yeah.
We should be researching it, letting our grant writer research it and get someone else to pay for this.
Bingo.
Make
Invasive,
Got a note for the next manager to come in that that's.
this is something we shouldn't pay for ourselves. We should have somebody
Right.
else pay for it.
Then let's get it back to 15.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
On that same page, the sign installation, that item has rolled over.
We
year-
restate
year-
the consent.
All right, item 42.2, line item 11, which is removal of invasive pines. We moved from 30 to 15, Paul.
46.2, you mean?
46,207.
Yeah, 46.2, I'm sorry.
And restate the number?
30 down to 15. So by my count, within Public Works, we are up to a savings of 50. Okay. What was the sign installation?
Signs, so it's $6,000 for signs has rolled over year after year after year. I would, in the interest of saving money on something that's not ever happening, I'd like to cut that in half and commit to getting that done. We have the signs. It's a matter of just getting them installed and the Parks Board telling us what to plan around them, and they know they're gonna copy and paste the design from the other ones that basically has worked.
These are the skate park signs that we've.
The metal ones, the nice one, like down by 9th and,
So, Juan, same question. Why haven't we done it so yet? We've added budgeted and approved for $6,000 for sign installation. Was that even part of your work schedule in any way?
Okay.
The big metal ones, like the one at Ninth and Griffin,
Sitting at.
at the entrances of those, the triangular with the bird on top, yeah. We've been budgeting every year to get the rest of those signs up.
Is that
Some
something
of
that
the-
would be a vendor job installing those signs, or is that something that Public Works would do?
I was told before it was a public works job.
Once they have a backhoe, okay?
I think there's more to talk about here than this, because
Right.
the signs that were installed on medians where it's not in somebody's, like, it's not their property, but their swale, their right of way. The ones that weren't are earmarked for right of ways in front of people's houses. I'd be in favor of cutting this completely and instructing our new manager to conduct public outreach to the people who you're gonna put the signs in front of their house. Just like everyone just came over here and said, it's part of the process. I would not want to just put a sign in front of someone's house without letting them know it's gonna be there.
I think the outreach happened at the beginning when it was first done. That's
Okay, well,
fine,
but
sure.
the outreach happened and then we didn't act on it. There's an expiration on those kind of things.
One was, Mario was gonna put one right down here at the end of this median, announcing that you're entering the village, yeah.
I would be fine with cutting it completely and setting a goal to our new manager of decide where the locations are, set the public outreach, and we readjust this in a year. But to just force it on them to do it this year without the public outreach, it doesn't seem.
And also to the point that we've just heard, if there's, once there's a backhoe in the possession of Public Works, it's something that they should be able to do without, $6,000 for a group coming out. So why allocate the money at all? All right,
Well, look.
So what's,
okay,
what's the
I'm okay with
proposal
that.
to remove it, you're saying?
that's what
Now
the
you're
Vice Mayor's
saying to
proposal
cut it in
is.
half.
I was gonna say cut it in half, but completely understand what you're saying. The people who were contacted before may not even live there anymore. It was before, I've lived here 10 years and it was prior to my arrival. But Mario was gonna put one at the end of this median, which I thought was a fabulous idea, down here with its back to us. So when people are coming to Village Hall Log Cabin, it announces that you're at Biscayne Park. It's announcing that you're coming to our complex. I think that one, that's our land. So that one is not controversial. I think we can get one done. Let's get one done.
But Juan is saying that if once we have the backhoe, it's as simple as pouring a
We don't
pad.
need the line item here
Need
to
the
do
lineup.
it.
We don't need the funds for it, that we can do that with our internal staff.
Oh, well, I was told they still have to buy the concrete and all that stuff and the actually, I donated gravel to the village. It's sitting there. It's my driveway gravel. User, I'm coming to get it, John. I need it. And plants and stuff. So it wasn't just for the installation. It was
I
for
see
all
what
of
you're
that too.
saying. I see what you're saying. So the ancillary stuff that goes around it.
Yeah.
So
Why don't we leave $1,000 in there for one sign and get the one up here on public property at least? Cut it down, I'm with you, cut it down to one and do it and identify it as village sign at 114th Street median.
Yeah, I like
Uh,
that.
down
Okay.
5 to 1, I think is a good move. And so Paul, you have that? That's, okay, he's got it. All right, so that's another 5. So 50
6 to 1.
6 to 1.
6 down to 1, so it's
Save
another 5.
$5,000. Good.
Getting tired of it.
5,000 more. One down the-
Me? Am I? Why, what did I do? I still have coffee. I got it. We're up to 55. All right, any other items in 46-2 before we move on? The next one is 49, which is storm prep.
Did the gate system, did that $5,000 we put there, was that ever confirmed by anyone that that is sufficient? I think I Googled something while we were sitting in the meeting.
Which
but
one?
Was that the gate installation that Ryan suggested? Did we ever get a number for that looks any closer to reality? We kind of plucked that pretty quickly out of
We
line.
Googled it.
We Googled it, right. I think I was doing some
It's the
Googling.
Gate for the Public Works
I
Department.
remember I was looking it up at the same
Gate-
time, saw the
Gate
same
for
numbers.
Public Works Department, an electronic gate, automatic electronic gate, about 5. Okay, so
So that one is okay.
the former director is saying about 5.
Okay.
That sounds good. Now, the storm drain maintenance I know came up, and that's something that, I don't know if it was this line item specifically, but we,
In CITT, it was
That's
supposed
what
to
it
be
was.
lifted. But on this page, Jonathan, oh, do I have it down as the wrong item? 49,
which one?
1? Oh, where is, I guess I'm on the wrong page. Never mind. Holiday lighting is on here. I thought it was on this page. It's not.
That's Parks and Rec, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Parks and Rec. I'm on the
Administration?
wrong department. I moved
Yeah.
my finger. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so is there any other questions for 49? No, okay, let's move on. Operating supply, the rest, there was no increase from last year. Do we have any other questions for the rest of the Public Works budget? I mean, before we revisit the idea of the additional workers, with the understanding that we now have 55 that we were able to move around.
Move around some money. I have a question on, so year to date, we did spend on general operating supplies 40 almost.
52, you're in?
Yeah, I'm on 52 on
Okay.
item, on line 8 on general. You have already up to June actuals, $38,000, but it's being forecasted at 14, almost 15,000. Do we, Paul, can you advise as to why that is a,
That was a coding thing we talked about.
Yeah, those line items were being bulk coded into everything in there. So the other items that are zero are probably what are eating those up.
we don't know what those are?
Do not.
We need
Like you
someone-
said, related to fuel, janitorial supplies, and radios.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for 52?
That was my only question.
So how did we get to, yeah, and just to finish on that, how did we get to 14,950? Seems very specific. And we sort of way,
Roll it over.
Prior year number. It just was repeated, and the 38 we know is
so
probably,
do we need a budget for more, like 20 grand for general? And again, I don't know because I don't know what general stands for.
Think so?
I think so.
Juan is, sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm talking to Juan about the item. He says, yeah, he agrees.
I was like, okay.
He agrees, yes, I'm sorry. He agrees, that more is
Right?
probably necessary.
And do you know, Juan, top of your mind, what things fall into general expenses here? So that we have some sort of a backup to approve. Because right now we have general for an expense that was over budgeted by at least more, like $24,000. Supplies such as.
yeah, that was an example where a credit card bill, multiple credit card bills aren't broken out. And so we just it was coded to this account, and it would take some hours to go through those and identify what it was. But that's what I traced it back to. In a very large truck repair.
This
Dog bag
replacement station.
stations, the dog stations.
Things that we're buying on Amazon. I think of course they're needed. They're part of the projects of, beautification of the village and maintenance of the village. I just don't feel super comfortable knowing that we overspend by $24,000. This wasn't approved, but we're saying we're going to remain the same way. So to your suggestion, we should increase it to 20 grand instead of leaving at 14. So we are somewhere in the middle.
About 12,000 of that was a vehicle that was actually furloughed or removed. That was repairs to that vehicle, which was shocking, but that was what was coded to that.
12,000, you said?
$12,000.
We don't have another code in the budget for repairs?
We do.
No.
So it was
Just paid for on the credit card.
It was just, it was bad, it was incorrectly attributed to this item.
Okay.
So what
So right there,
former director is saying, it would be your recommendation to go from 14.95 to 20?
yes. So we lose there 5 grand, but I think it's more to the reality of what the department needs in terms of expenses that come as,
It's hard to.
it's hard to approve it.
Disagreeing with you, but it's really hard to sort of just arbitrarily do that when you really don't know.
And that's one of the conversations we need to have about accounts payable. If it's not coded correctly, it's very hard for us to be, approving these things. But it's also realistic to see that we've spent almost 40 grand, which is more than double. So not budgeting for it wouldn't be advice either. I'm okay with the 20.
Anyone else?
Increasing that how much?
A grand.
14.95 to, it's just over 5. Correct. That's line item 52, item 52. So that, Paul, brings us down to 49,950.
I didn't hear the math that you guys just came up. If you take 14,950 and you make it 20,000, that's $4,050 plus. So you subtract. So it's, am I right?
5,050.
I got you. Now I see it.
Okay.
I'm about to get you some money back, I think, because something we jumped over. We decreased the manager's salary by a net of, well, we decreased it 55. 10 went over somewhere else, but on here it did decrease by 55,
Right.
which impacts items 21, 22, and 24. Was that calculated into it, the savings?
Already, yes.
But I found you some money.
Well, we're still at 50, approximately. We're still at 50. Are there any other, okay, so let's move past 52 if there's no other questions. Are there any other questions on the remaining here before we revisit the discussion about the salaries?
Yeah. 55, 54, the same conversation that Veronica just had, I'll just say ditto on 54.
Mm-hmm.
Dues and membership. Dues and memberships, we have year to date of about $2,300.
Against the budget of 500.
Yeah, and we're budgeting 500.
Yeah, it's again, it could be like the Miss
Gotta go up. Understood.
Chris, do we know what this stands for? Or Paul, since you have the books to check, to $2,200 under,
The $2,258.67 is one credit card bill.
and we don't know for what.
It was coded there.
I'm lost with this credit card.
You're saying up. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he had a trip, he probably put it all on the card. Hope,
Okay.
you know, if it's accurate.
Yeah.
That's what I have it under as memberships is where it was coded.
Yeah.
It's an exact amount. It's one credit card payment.
So for me, okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm following your lead here. You're saying we have $500 accrued, budgeted for it. It
I
should
should
be.
do. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to say this because it's got to be said. When you're looking at something like this, and I'm not suggesting anyone's doing anything bad, but it sure does. This is the kind of stuff that people look back years later and go, oh, that's how they were like running weird numbers and blah, 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 running things on credit card and grabbing money. This is what happens. Something's budgeted for $500. It comes in at $2,300. It was on a credit card. We aren't sure. And you find out there's a little bit here, there's a little bit there. And all of a sudden, Eric Adams is being indicted. So, and it's not quite to that level, but you know what I mean.
I got the reference.
We gotta be tight about this. And this is crazy. This is our money. This is
I
not
agree,
our money. It's their
100%.
money,
100% agree.
and it's just kind of like,
Part of the processes that we need in place and part of the accountability behind them.
I understand the conversation, the concern, but
I understand. I just had to throw it in quickly.
yep, we'll keep going.
Paul, sorry, Paul, can you remind me, what's the number? So we said 41 was a facility maintenance worker 2. What's the 45% on that we're going to?
That's in the contract. I don't know the labor on that, but it's probably if you walk around with 40, you're fine.
No, I'm saying
What they're referring to, the actual salary is the 41,000. So what would the total cost be with retirement insurance and everything else?
I mean, I had about another, 16,
Right, 16 to 18.
57.
and we're at
We got 50.
50 right now. Guys, it's pretty simple, flat bottom boat and trailer. I would much rather have an employee that shows up every day than an inflatable that might get used, might not. We have to look at staff and what's more important, staff or equipment. I understand that during these floods, it could have come in, in handy, but Miami-Dade Fire Rescue has high water vehicles that should have responded. They didn't, and we need to address that. But I would much rather have an employee that shows up every day than have equipment that's going to sit there 95% of the year.
Nice to have as opposed to need to have.
And then
Well,
if we're
Where are
gonna
you
say that,
seeing this equipment?
that's code 49.
The bu-
49?
And then if we're talking on that code, other current charges 5,000, we spent 0 to date, and contingency 3,000. There's money there in that code. I feel like we can make this happen.
Yeah.
I think so too.
I'm 100% agree.
And if we're gonna talk about nice to have, need to have, and it will lead to another body, don't yell at me. I need to sit farther away from you. The automated gate, because I know it's like, it's not like we don't have a gate. They can lock the gate. They can be more careful, like, guys, lock the gate, if that helps us gain another employee and again, residents see that. They see that. They see another person. They meet the new person. They see more stuff being done and the village looks better as a result.
About this.
But right now,
Whether that's a person or maybe it's a vendor who mows the grass to free up John's staff to do other things rather than mowing grass. Whatever, mows the grass, doesn't touch a bush.
so John, we're trying to get you that extra buddy you
Yeah.
requested. So that has to come with somewhere. And so I think the conversation is maybe not to have the storm prep and response equipment as is in the wish list right now. Contingency as
No, no, no,
well.
no, no, no. We're not talking about line
Line item,
We're
not have
talking about the boat.
Bottom boat.
He said the
Which
boat,
one?
I said the gate.
Oh, is it both?
Okay.
Are we talking about both? Are we talking about
He
one?
brought up the. bu-
I
he
brought up the gate.
I think, I mean, we,
We're trying to get to a magic number of a human.
Right, so the gate. So.
Oh,
so
okay.
The gate. So John, let me ask you, would you rather have another person or an automatic gate? Another person.
First.
Would you rather have a inflatable boat that the mice eat 10 months of the year or another person?
Two people.
Yeah, that's the right answer.
Ask for two and you'll get one.
It's a good
That's awesome.
bet. I'm with you.
to me, being that we only have to really pick one, we
Yeah.
don't need both.
Yeah.
The automatic gate protects our equipment and that
Yeah.
costs money.
But we have the ability to close the gate.
Yeah,
But
but,
if it gets us a person,
but I work with one of those automatic gates all the time and my
So-
firefighters forget all the time to close the gate, but the automatic timeout and it closes and protects.
I was
our-
thinking the same thing regarding the gate because we saw it happen this
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
And it's been happening more around us. And so I'm with you with the gate.
without the gate, can we do it? Can we get there without the gate?
That's what I was gonna ask. I don't know how we are in the numbers.
I think it's close. Because I think if I'm reading this correctly, Paul, we're at about 50 right now that we removed. So removing the gate would give us 55, and that's like right at the cusp of
Take-
what,
take a-
41?
1,000 off other current charges. It's 0 to date. We got our employee.
What line is that, Ryan?
49 top line, other current charges, 5,000. We've used 0 to date. Make it 4,000. We got our employee.
So make that,
Is that, okay, see, is.
Or
that
reduce the
actual
contingency.
Number?
It-
Is that on 49 other current charges, that 5,000, is that an actual budgeted number? 13, 23. I guess it is. Yeah, it up.
Where do you see the?
One of those things that's just, because the way things are listed underneath it, it's confusing to look at. Yeah, I see. There it is. Okay,
Okay, I keep not looking at the red, like it's not there. Okay.
where is that? Oh, yeah.
Was there a consensus of anything? I've heard
other than,
conversation, but I'm lost.
Sorry.
yeah, sorry, other current charges,
Other
one,
current charges, 0 to date, it's $5,000. Remove whatever the consensus is, move that down to 4,000.
Yeah.
Or a couple lines down, contingency, moving that down to 2,000.
Here's an idea. Here's an idea. It kind of gets us there without having to commit because again, a manager's going to come on board. Why don't we just say, we need to cut $5,000 more off this page? Leave the gate system there, reduce it for argument's sake to $3,000. Reduce contingency to $2,000, reduce other current charges to $4,000. It nets out to the same $5,000 missing at the bottom of the page and the manager and the staff figure it out.
I agree.
And they say, well, the gate's on there. It's more than 3. We're gonna.
They
dip
wanted
into
it.
this," but
They wanted
want-
to see it.
Get it on there because it shows the intent that we want the gate.
Yes.
And it says, figure out the math on that page. It's your page.
this.
No, he said if you take 5, that's where we need to be. So if you just take 5,000 off this page, we're where we need to be. In addition to what you already,
So we're at 50. We're trying to get to 56.
Correct.
If we remove the boat, now we're at 55.
I thought that included the boat already being removed.
No, we're at 50. If you remove the boat, we're at 55.
Oh, I thought.
We
the
need
boat was
about
already
50.
gone. I'm sorry. I thought the boat was already gone.
Okay, so we're there. We're there.
That's what's gonna cost to get us a maintenance.
Well, then why don't you, okay, then why don't you leave the boat there? Figure out how much you need to lose off this page and take it in different places, reduce everything a little bit, but leave all the items there because it shows, we'd like a boat if we could get one. Maybe they find one on sale. They find a gate that's on, but leave everything there because it shows that we would like all these things. But they know, the department heads know they can move stuff around within the entire department, let alone this page.
Reason I like that is because we have no manager coming in to see in this budget.
And they get to
That
figure
should-
it out.
They get to figure it out. They can come and say, no, we can afford it.
Yep.
But at least the purpose of us discussing these things that are important is there.
Right, so then here's the plan. So on this page, on item 49, we marginally reduce those items to the tune of, I think it's gotta be 7. Because that gets us to 57, correct, Paul? All right, and then 57 gets us that maintenance level 2 worker, which also has the ability to work on, do repairs. Maybe there's an opportunity there to save some money for sending out to repairs too. So that might also save some.
Okay, so on 49, just for my notes, we're cutting $7,000 in there somewhere. And Paul, you understand that we're cool with cutting some from the boat, some from the gate, some from other, some from contingency, and come up with 7 on there, but leave everything on there
I'll find it.
and you'll find it.
All right, and then going back, sorry. If that's it for 49, was there anything else before we go back to 12?
Well, where's the bonus in here?
The bonuses?
Is it in 12? It's 15, okay.
15?
Because Vero said,
see.
staff, and I said, and bonuses.
Mhm.
So I think we need to now look at 12 and 15.
Before we get there, 40, the auto allowance for the public works manager, that was something that was worked into Juan's contract, correct? That, are we
The
still gonna,
auto allowance.
now that
The auto allowance one?
now that Juan's left us and we have manager
The
Jenkins,
auto allowance was worked into to your contract?
that's a bonus.
If you recall, he said yes.
It says here, but it was 300 per month, and we're still budgeting for 600 for some
Yeah.
reason. So we can get rid of that.
Get rid of that.
Okay.
Good call.
It's 600.
And a bonus is $500, so we right there, that's a whole.
You added another bonus.
Good call.
Where's the
Perfect.
bonus? What line is that?
If I can jump in on the bonuses, those are dictated by the union contract. The bonuses on 15, that's not something that we can change around.
We cannot increase them?
We can increase them,
Right.
but
that's
we
what we're
can't
talking about.
decrease.
So if we
No,
take-
no, we're not talking about
what we're doing.
decreasing. We're
We're-
talking about finding some
okay.
additional money somewhere else to add to it.
Yep, so if we take
Gotcha.
that 600, take
Yep.
that 600 and it's 3 bonuses and give 200 to each one, we increase everyone's bonus by $200.
Okay. Something. But we
The
got
other
the,
thing
we
to
got the
consider with
worker.
that, if we are adding an additional position, we will have to increase that bonus line by an additional $500.
Then it's the bonus for the additional employee, is what he's saying.
Correct.
So then
Correct.
it covers the bonus for the new employee that we're adding.
That's all.
Correct.
Well, do we want to go back to tell Paul to find $8,000 on that page?
40.
Instead of 7, whatever it was, 49? 49? Cut $8,000 in bits and pieces, and there's an extra 1,000 to throw into bonus?
Yeah.
Look, guys, again, we don't have anyone, we don't have a,
There's-
yeah.
There's a little bit more money. The water cooler on 44 was all being coded to Public Works, and it should have been coded between Public Works and admin. So that cost is not gonna be that next year.
So you're saying it's gonna, hold on, we have
The
double?
admin?
It's in admin, it's budgeted in admin.
Saying-
It's,
okay.
I think there's like $81 used year to date, and I asked about it during our previous workshops. It was all being coded to Public Works. So if you divide those evenly and code it correctly, there's additional funds in there for bonuses.
So do we know what the reduction would be if we're coding it correctly to spread it out over the 3 departments?
There was a note in admin of what it should have been.
Where are you, Ryan?
44.
For the water cooler, that 2,100 year to date in June was both water coolers at Public Works and at admin. So they were double coding to one place. So that's
Did they
inflating.
stop, or is it still happening?
That I don't know, but it's inflating that number that we don't need 32 for that number. Maybe Chris knows what a water cooler costs a year and we could figure that out right now. Maybe one does.
That's not information I have at my fingertips. I apologize.
We have that extra money from the water cooler we can pull out? Is that what we agreeing?
We should, yes. we
Yeah.
should.
I think you could safely just reduce this one 1,000 and
Yes.
you'll hit it in
There you go.
either department.
And another department, okay.
It's simple.
In admin, it's in 44.
Okay, so it's there in 44, and based on the recommendation of Paul, if we reduce 44, we're still able to cover it.
It's proposed for 1,200.
Okay, so that's 1,000. Do we want to move, are we moving that into the bonus then?
Yeah, that's fine. Fine with me. Move it to bonus.
So we just cut water cooler by $1,000,
Correct.
and now bonuses are going to be how much?
5, 2, should be 3. Because we had the 500 that we added back in from whichever line item,
So it's gonna go from 1,500 to,
I think 3,000.
you think 3,000 or it is 3,000?
I think technically 31.
So
Is that right, Paul?
we had to add 500 for one, so to make it 4 bonuses, correct?
So it
Well,
would
yeah,
be-
but the auto allowance was $600.
Yeah, so we had 1,600 to work with. So we subtract the 500, now we have 1,100. 1,100 divided by 4 comes up to $275. So we add $275 to each bonus.
Right, but what we're saying is we're getting up to 3,100 total in the bonus,
Oh, okay, I understand.
in the bonus line item.
Math comes out the same.
Right, it does. We're talking about the same thing, but the bonus line item will come up to 3,100 based on the reduction of the auto allowance and the water cooler. That gets us from 1,500 to 3,100. And then we use the remaining 57 that we came up with during our total review to add the maintenance level 2 worker in 12. Does that all sound right?
You know,
Found it.
doing this at second hearing is just, to me, it's such a scary thing. Something's wrong and we passed a budget and this is all wrong. I think at the end of this, we might want to have a conversation about calling another meeting to go over this again. I'm just saying, I don't want to, but,
We have to pass it
yeah, and
I'm out of town as of tomorrow morning.
we don't need 5 for the budget. We only need it for the millage.
Oh.
It just makes me really scared to like pass a budget that is being, and we're doing math and everyone's trying to figure out numbers and pulling numbers out of their ass. And it's like, it's just,
Been here before, and this is not how it's done.
exactly.
Not how-
So I think we should finish this tonight. And I think guys, we'll have a conversation later about sitting down and running through it.
I really thought we were gonna be just thinking more high level tonight, but if we're down in the weeds, I'll just go ahead and put it out there. I'm fully expecting that by 10 o'clock, I will have voted on a millage rate with you gentlemen and lady. I can't promise much more beyond that. I had no idea I was stepping into this. I really thought we were approving a bottom line number and that we would agree that a manager and a commission would move stuff around later in the year. And I think it's very healthy to be having this exercise. I'm just wondering, to Mac's point, to your point, why it's happening at the 11th and a half hour.
I understand the conversation that
And
we're,
having had no understanding that that was what was going on.
I understand the conversation that we're all having, but the fact of the matter is we still got to approve it tonight. We got to go. So we got to keep going.
Well, we don't have to approve it tonight.
Millage has to be approved.
The millage has
We don't have to
approve.
approve the budget tonight.
But if,
We could call an emergency, we could call a special meeting and do it at a meeting.
I don't know, do we have enough time to even notice a special meeting? Because
No.
it's
No.
Monday. Monday's the last day.
It'd have to be an emergency meeting with the noticing requirements.
So,
It's all tied to your advertisements.
Yeah, I
would-
understand.
okay.
Tough.
So what worker are we adding on number 12?
Maintenance 2.
Maintenance 2. And what's the amount?
The amount I had was 57.
Chris, can you confirm the amount for worker 2?
It was just over 41,000. I no longer have that at my fingertips.
And that you got to add the 40% extra for benefits?
I had the 41 down plus a 16 for the benefits, which is how we got up to 57.
There you go.
We got Public Works thumbs up on that. All right, well, look, I think that unless there's any other questions on Public Works, I think that concludes that department.
No.
No? Which else?
Oh, no, I have nothing else.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
No,
I was asking if it
I'm
concluded
sorry.
our
I didn't
department.
listen to the question.
Got it. Okay, so Public Works, we're through. Parks and Rec is next. We did admin, we did police. Sure where you are with the funds. Some of those we can't, we don't. Right now, these are the.
Okay.
We're on the last March.
We're doing parks?
Doing Parks and Rec.
Then we talked about a bunch of other things and the other departments we did complete. We need to go back and look at them to make sure they were done properly, because there are some things I think that weren't.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's do Parks.
So we're gonna do parks next.
Paul, can you do the math right now to let us know what the millage rate is with the cuts that we have in place? Or what is the total net cut at this point? I mean, it sounds like everything from
You're
Public Works. was
back
net
at the
zero, so we're back to the
81,000.
81,000, right?
Right.
And so we said every 42,000, give or take, is
1/10,
1 basis point or 1/10?
1/10.
0.1.
Tenth, yes, 1/10, yeah. Okay, so we're at the numbers started at 9.5, we're now basically 9.3 in change.
That would have, I mean, right. All right. Rec- The floor is open for whoever wants to get us started with Parks and Rec.
I have a note here. 46012, and I'm asking this question kind of live as my brain is trying to figure out what I meant. That is custodial services. And we're budgeting 7,000, we only spent 1,074, and it was because I thought it was going to be cut because Public Works pays it for the entire village is what I had.
That was the same question I asked during the workshops, that on the note on Public Works says that janitorial services.
All
is
theirs.
The whole village.
Yeah.
So why are we budgeting for it twice?
Yeah.
Lisa?
It is. So that's correct. Janitorial services, budget and public works. That line item is for floor stripping, the quarterly floor stripping and deep cleaning of the bathrooms. So one is, again, we've done it once. One more has already been scheduled because of the little changes we were doing with the foundation. We painted the building. I missed 2 cycles this fiscal.
So this is not custodial
That's not
services.
custodial services.
So maybe we should just rename this so we don't trip over this again next year. And what would we call that? What is it again?
I mean, it would be quarterly maintenance. It's the floor waxing and stripping of all the
Yeah.
floors in the building,
Mhm.
and then deep cleaning of both bathrooms.
Then why don't we call it quarterly maintenance, parens?
It's contracted with the same cleaning company, so I
Yeah,
think that's where it got
okay.
confusing.
Why don't we call it quarterly maintenance and in parens, floor polishing and bathroom deep cleaning or something?
Which code is this again?
Or 46.000, 46012 custodial services. So that you're saying, Issa, the amount is right, we're calling it the wrong thing, which is what's getting us all confused. Okay.
And we were shorted this year. We didn't do it as many times as we normally do it because we were doing the maintenance of the building, of painting. So, and the foundation things that we were having the changes. So it got pushed a couple times, but normally I do that quarterly.
Is quarterly enough? I'm asking you, sort of the conversation came up about how clean the rec center is. Some concerns were about not being kept up to speed. Is it something that you're saying kind of gets us through in the way we would like to see?
For that process, I think quarterly is enough.
Okay.
For the traffic, I mean, we clean on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So, the contractual cleaning service, I don't know if we can, I mean, maybe that can be talked about later. I spoke with this about the manager. That might be something we can cut from Parks and Rec because one time a week for me just isn't enough. I don't know if we're all lumped in on the whole village to stay within that contract with all the buildings, or if we can remove one building. I'd rather give my staff more hours to stay a little later.
Yeah.
Than have someone who comes and cleans in the middle of the day when I have kids and moms and nannies running through. Sometimes they can't even mop because
yeah.
I have too many people there, and the liability of somebody slipping is a lot more scary
You're saying
than
you have
the
regular
kids, man.
custodial service, janitorial
We have
services
once a week.
once a week.
That's why I was.
That is
wondering.
What is deep cleaning a bathroom? I understand
Deep
polishing.
cleaning
the
is
floor.
like for boys' bathroom, kids' bathroom.
Yeah.
Is
Needs
pressure
deep cleaning.
pressure cleaning the grout on the floors.
It
and
needs
the
like-
I don't
walls.
have little boys, but I was one, so I
Come to
can
my
imagine.
house
I'll know what a deep
once a
cleaning is.
week.
So that's why I was asking if the deep cleaning is enough. For example, the comments I've heard are, related to the blinds specifically, the
Right.
roller blinds? Is this something that you,
And
I'm
those
just
are-
trying to make sure that you have what you need to make
It-
sure that that's right on.
I think that deep, I mean, because we have to close the building to do it, so I think some, like, those cosmetic things just need to be upgraded more than they can be cleaned.
Got it.
Some of the stuff, even with the floors, the waxing and the stripping, doing that 4 times is enough, but at some point, we're gonna have the talk about redoing those floors.
Okay.
Yeah, it just.
So
it is
deep
what it is.
cleaning on a quarterly basis, janitorial, right now you have it on a weekly basis,
the
but you're saying
Well,
to
the whole
remove it?
village, every building has
Correct.
once a week cleaning.
And that's what I want to go. Are you saying to remove that you don't need it? You'd rather have it?
I'm saying we would have to review the contract because I don't know if we can just remove my building with
Got
the
it.
contract that's in place to take care of the whole village. So I was just kind of throwing that out there and putting that little bug in your ear.
Yeah.
That if that's possible, that we can reduce it just by removing my building and save some money there. And I
Yeah.
give a little more incentive to my staff to get extra hours and coming in and cleaning, then I would rather do that. I think they would take more pride in it, doing it after hours when the doors are closed than this one person who comes in once a week.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. So with that, this is all under code 46, everything that has to do with cleaning. We had custodial services and we're saying at 7,000, we're decreasing that? Or we're keeping it at 7,000?
Keeping it.
Keep it.
That's the quarterly stuff.
Okay, this is cool.
It says Vera, we're renaming it quarterly maintenance, polishing floors, deep clean toilets, de-urinize the boys' room.
Okay.
Every room, not just the bathroom. Okay, every room.
Another thing that came up regarding the maintenance of the area that's being addressed by the board, the foundation, sorry.
Maintenance of the what?
The foundation, when it comes to cleaning all the new, we have tables
Oh.
now, we have mats, there is more equipment to be cleaned. Is that considered? Are you okay making, knowing that there's more stuff to happen and this year and the rec center that might need
I
help?
have plans to go to their next meeting so we can start to adjust that. Like we got a rug, but we don't have a vacuum cleaner. So
That's what I
the
mean.
little things that they're adding, we want to make sure we have, and my staff has the tools, the proper tools to maintain and keep those things clean.
And we will ask the foundation to provide more from their budget like that.
Somebody around here has a credit card. Find it, buy yourself a vacuum cleaner.
And just while we're on 46, just the itemized 2,893 that is over on athletic fields should actually be in equipment. It's something to do with that athletic fields. We were fixing the pump, which is for our irrigation system, but it technically should be a repair and maintenance of equipment.
That's a coding thing.
So I'm still good with that $10,000 with the athletic field maintenance. That was the overage that you see there.
Got it. Okay.
And then when it comes to equipment, what does it fall in there? Isa, we have 46,011 equipment, only spent $36 up to June, but you're asking for 5.
Very deceiving my budget because I am a late fiscal spender because I have to worry about a slide breaking, or we talked about earlier. One slide can be $4,000.
Yeah.
So I can't spend frivolously throughout the year. I really have to get to the end of the year. This time right now is when I usually make major purchases.
Okay.
Something is missing there on building. We had some roof work done, so that will go up a little bit. It was just done this past week. But I'm still there and I'm still okay with those numbers. We're gonna get into some times where you might see that equipment number doubled because we have to replace a slide. But the options there are very limited. Trying to keep a slide taped off
Okay.
without replacing it is basically impossible. So
Okay.
right now, we're good there.
Perfect.
Are we moving along? Yeah. 49. I had a note here that concession expense was being cut to 0 and it's still there, the $500. Anyone else have that note? 49.
Concession expense.
000 concession expense was supposed to be cut to 0 according to my notes. Anyone else have that note?
Issa, do you normally
I had a-
$500 for concession expenses?
That's tough because that would be kind of like if I brought water for one of our special events, it would usually go there. But most commonly, when it's a special event, I'm going to itemize it to that special event. I'm okay with removing it or maybe putting it towards special events, but it,
I had,
unless we have a special event here or something where I have to buy something, but we don't sell concession anymore.
Right,
So
that's what it
that
was.
usually used to be,
Yeah, exactly.
usually be spent there, so.
That, and when I.
so it should be zero. I
you
think
could-
it had the
you could-
same
I would
note.
Be fine with zeroing it out.
Okay, perfect. So
Oh, that's 49.
that's 49 for concession expense.
Okay, and while we're on that page, we have holiday lighting. We cut it from 3,000 to 1,000. I mean, $1,000 is a lot for holiday lighting. It's a lot of lights. You can go to Target and buy a million strings of lights for $19.99. So, I mean, here's a place if you guys want to cut a little bit more. If we got $500 there, we would have just saved $1,000 on that one page. It's a lot of money.
I thought the idea of increasing our stock in terms of materials for the Hollywood.
Each year.
I mean, each year a little bit, and I think
little bit.
that was a discussion. We
$500 is still a lot of money to buy more stuff.
I wouldn't want to take it away. I would be okay. We cut it from 3,000 to 1,000. I would be okay with leaving it with
Just looking at little places. Okay.
Yeah, and it sounded nice to hopefully expand over the rec center and do the building over there and see more holiday lighting around. I'm fine with leaving it 1,000.
49,
I don't have any more
so,
expense.
and, I'm sorry. what?
Mac, while you're looking for that, 41 phone allowance, $480. Helium phones should be on admin.
It should be an admin.
Should be. All phones should go to admin.
This
What do
was
you
an
want?
allowance, not a reimbursement of a actual phone, so I don't know.
What does it mean?
Have a
No,
village
yeah,
phone?
I have the helium phone now.
You do now?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we
Sure.
go.
Okay, so that goes away.
Oh.
480. Okay. There's a little savings there.
That's 41.
4100. Cut phone. How much?
480.
Cool. Okay. So is Springfest all okay now? I'm really
48.
confused on this whole
Yeah,
property
it's,
page.
48.
This looks like it's
Because-
flipped to me.
Yeah, because
So I think I wanted to bring this.
I thought it
the
was gonna
main
be
topic that I wanted
cut down
talk
to $2,500 is what I
The-
have in my notes.
The Jazz in the Park Fest, what they spent $12,144. I know we were talking about putting that into Parks and Rec. We kind of just left that 11.5 there as a placeholder. We put 3,000 down in for Jazz Festival. The Spring Fest should actually be
25.
pushing that. It was 2,500.
Right.
I was asking to go to 4 with that because remember, we're now including the possible donation money.
Yeah.
So to make
But
that
it's not,
transparent
it
with you
shouldn't
all.
be
so it shouldn't be
11,500.
11,500, but
Okay,
we were
no.
holding that to not lose the line item because if you all still wanted to do the Jazz in the Park, we would need to put
Move that.
the balance of that to the Jazz in the Park,
So you're saying,
Jazz Festival, you
Jazz
mean?
Festival.
Yeah. So we have 3,000 for Jazz Festival, which is, you're saying is not realistic based on what they did last year, but Springfest is just a mistake on here?
It's just a 4, so we couldn't move, we were holding the numbers.
Yeah.
So if you take.
We're
the
just trying to
4
net
if you
the
minus
page out to
4
the
out of
same.
11.
Okay,
and then
I
move
got
that
it, I got it, I
balance
got
to
it.
then you're
Okay.
back to the number that we did for Jazz.
so Isa, you're saying, so if I got it right, Springfest 4,000. Okay, and the remaining moves to the Jazz Festival.
Right.
Okay.
So you're saying to increase Springfest to 4,000. And that's going to be enough for you. 4,000 for Springfest will be
Yes.
enough. Because last year it said 10,389, but that's the one that was coded wrong.
Right, that's the stage for Jazz in the
For
Park.
Jazz in the
there.
Park. Okay. So 4,000 is plenty for Springfest, and then Jazz in the Park, you want to lift it up to 7,000?
Well, that would, and would technically be adding that 3 as well, so it would be 10.5. So that's on, I mean, again, that's something that's transitioning. You guys asked if I could do it. I don't want to sell it short. They spent $12,000.
Yeah.
If we don't want to
But
proceed
how-
with it
and
this year, then
They
that-
spent
we save that money this year.
$12,000
Just
plus the
passed.
stage,
No, no,
that
no,
was,
a
that
total
includes
a
the
total of
stage.
12, yeah,
Okay.
12,140.
And how much of that was the stage?
The stage lighting, sound, instrument rentals was $6,044.
So it's half of it is that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got lost. Can we go one by one, just to
Sure.
double check? So we have, in this code on 48, we have Halloween quoted for 5,000, which is what I had. Movie night for 1,200. We have Winterfest for 3,000. Then we have Springfest. You're saying instead of 11,500, put it at 4,000.
Right.
You'll get the funds somewhere else. Then we have Back to School at 4,000. Then we have Jazz Festival. Instead of 3, we're moving up the difference. So in total, we're talking about 10,500.
Right.
And then last, Pride Parade for 2,000.
Yes.
So in moving you said the larger question is in moving the money from Springfest, the balance down to jazz, or not, maybe not the full balance. What changes in the bottom, the line item?
I mean, right now,
It's
nothing
10.
because you're just moving that.
Yeah, you're just
you're
moving the money
that
around.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And
10.5,
Yeah.
which is short of what they spent, but I mean, it would be,
It's not, I mean, we don't have anything spent up to June in
right.
the
Yeah,
budget.
but
That's sort of
it's.
what it
the same.
was.
No,
On the credit card and the whole thing that we
Correct.
talked. Okay.
So without getting too far in the weeds, so you're saying of the 10,500 we're going to spend on Jazz Fest, you're thinking 6-ish will be stage, lighting, sound.
Yeah.
And what's the rest of it?
Well, musicians and staff was 5,900.
So it really is
They
the
did a
rest of it.
4-hour event. I'm okay with going at 10.5 because I would lessen the event to 3 hours. I would also move it to when the time changes, so the sun is down
Please, it's
earlier
brutal.
because the first hour and a half of that event was way too hot to be
Yeah,
outside.
yeah.
So to me, I would get the stage for less money, but shortening it to 3 hours would also lessen the acts. So that's where I would be saving at about another $2,000 where they spent, but I wouldn't.
Okay.
I love Jazz Fest, and I'm not saying I want to, I don't want to say anything negative about it, but it is by far the most expensive event that we have on the list.
Mhm.
And we are known for Halloween as much as anything.
Right.
You say Biscayne Park and people say don't speed, but go for Halloween and Easter. And these other things that are becoming popular. It's just this event is spending a lot of money, guys. I
Yeah.
wish there was a way. I'm
I
not
mean,
saying
it-
get
I
rid of it.
definitely would search for ways with the stage. I know North Miami used to have a huge truck that unfolded and it was a stage. Reaching out to some of the other communities to see if we could
Yeah.
somehow partner to lower that, but I just don't, if I'm gonna take it over this year, I can't sell myself short if that doesn't happen,
Okay.
Yeah.
that
If we,
I don't provide a quality
and I'm
event.
just talking out loud here, so not suggesting anything. Is it 10.5 now, as we look at this page? I mean, it's not what we're looking at, but we're talking about changing it to 10.5. If we decreased it to, just for argument's sake, 8.5, cut it by $2,000. Is there on this page somewhere or elsewhere in your budget, somewhere that you could get some of that if you needed as much as $2,000 more? Because I'm always about letting a manager, that's your budget, now figure it out. You know what I mean? You can't go over budget and live within your means. Is there a place that you could, is there anything on this page, for example, that I could probably do okay? You don't have a contingency on, do you?
No.
Is there anywhere else that we could cut a little bit?
Is there any money that can come from the foundation for any of these events?
Oh,
Goals. Hashtag goals.
I can ask. I have no problem
I'm
asking. But
just,
I can't, if I take that cut and then I don't get it, that's my
Yeah.
only worry. And then again, I'm inheriting this event, so.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cry if you pull it, but at the same time, I know the community enjoys
Yeah.
the event.
What are you thinking about
So,
going for Pride for $2,000?
I'm gonna meet with the past residents
Yeah.
who organized it before. I've already reached out to them. They're gonna kind of help me guide it, and we're gonna
know
make
they
sure
did
we
some
don't
balloons and some
lose the
stuff.
quality there, but and I like to try to build events every year. And like we've seen, all of our community events have grown every year.
Yeah.
And they're, staples of our community, in my
Yep.
opinion.
Okay.
So I don't want to.
Okay, I'm just thinking out loud, trying to see what we can do. Okay, leave it.
I think it's an idea. I mean, hopefully we can see the Jazz Festival come down from our budget and come from maybe other sources like the foundation. They've pulled money into the rec center for the upgrades. Maybe next year it's to support the events as well. I mean, put it out there since you're going to be managing this in your budget now, that might be something to look for because it's a lot of money to put for one
It
event.
really is.
It is.
I mean, well, I was gonna say raffles and all kinds of stuff there
Yeah.
while people are kind of
Yeah.
in the mood and festive. And hey, we're trying to make this happen every year. $20 raffle ticket. You can rate 50 people do that. That's $1,000,
But I
And
would
get someone to donate stuff.
keep it in mind because next year when it comes, now that it's in your budget,
Fire truck.
we might ask
On a fire-
other ways to afford this. It's because it's just
And I
very
think there
expensive.
are a ton of fundraising opportunities
we could
within
do.
that event that we haven't exploited yet, but
ben-
it will take volunteers and
Yeah.
help
And
as
then
well.
the bending area for events.
People would have
No,
fun like
exactly. They didn't. I don't think so. So.
Right,
yeah,
right, right.
That's what I mean. There's opportunities to make money there.
You okay, Chief?
Hey, can I just stick something in your ear? I just asked Ryan something and it's a great idea.
I mean,
He
there's.
works for the fire department.
Yeah, there other ways.
Yeah. And I asked, can he bring a fire truck to these events as a kind of a staple thing for the kids? That he said, you could always request it and they'll send a fire truck. Kids love fire trucks. You bring a fire truck and tell kids they can climb up on it and look at things. and-
The resident here used to own the
Yeah,
Cairns
an
Blue
old-fashioned
Movie
one.
at
Yeah.
all our events. So,
So
okay, now you.
Different department, but I'll put you in touch with the people you need to know.
that's a
Appreciate
cool idea. And it's just a big colorful thing that people go, ooh, what's going on?
Absolutely.
You know,
So that was.
pay $20, you get to blow the horn.
So I just want to say that, Issa, like, I know we're putting you in a bad spot with Jazz Fest because you have no historical data on it. To me, the proper thing to do would be to cut it all together, and I know the residents love it, but he's kind of shooting from the hip here. He has no idea what things cost, what problems are gonna pop up. So we're really putting him in a bad spot. Either we need to keep it the exact same or cut it all together. I would personally want to cut it all together to give Issa a year to plan it.
Keep what exactly the same?
Jazz Fest. I'm talking about Jazz Fest. because
Right, keep it.
he's never-
10,000 Or keep
No,
it to 10.5.
I'm saying that we're putting him in a bad spot because he's never had this event before under his department. And he's just shooting for the hip of what things might cost.
He has.
Yeah, no,
Those are
those are
bad
those
jokes.
are
He
the
has
actual
he has,
numbers.
yeah, you have the receipts from what.
Yeah, from what they spent.
Somebody else
Right.
did. And $6,000, that's over our allotment where we should have gone out and got 3 quotes. Did 3 quotes happen?
No.
Yeah,
Not that-
so I'm not trusting the management. I'm not trusting the management here. Not yours, but previously. So I don't know if the numbers are right. It's a transitionary period where it's going to you, and it's ultimately going to be on you to decide whether or not you can do it. But I feel bad for you. I think we're putting you in a bad spot, taking on such a big event that's larger than any one we have, and expecting you to come in a budget or cut it, or to me, it's not right. So I'm
You okay with it? It's
I
not
mean,
larger than anything. Halloween's bigger and Easter.
not by dollar amount. By
No, I
dollar amount,
understand,
it's
bigger-
double.
Bigger event. Are you okay with this?
I'm okay with it as long as we know that it's gonna be mine.
It's
not
your
gonna
first swing
be
at it.
That it's not. I'm not gonna be competing with last year in regards to that.
Alright.
I'm gonna put on a quality event with
Yep.
what's budgeted.
Yep.
And stay in
And
that
go from
range,
there and
but
see how it
yeah,
goes.
I don't want it to be this get to this comparison thing where it's, oh, it wasn't like it was last year.
Oh, that's
Uh,
inevitable. That's gonna
Right,
happen. Yeah.
you know, because it's grown, and I have to give them credit to where it has grown over. We went from a flat stage to a huge production last year, and it was a big change. But
Maybe you
that
can make
cost
it a
money.
medium production somehow. I don't know.
Right.
You'll see when you start shopping around and talk to your buddies at the other.
Definitely.
Yeah. But it draws people from all over the place. I met people from Palm Beach
I
County.
mean,
and-
we put the placeholder in, and if we get to the point where it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be feasible with that money, I won't advertise it and we won't have it, but, and that money will stay in there and go back into general fund. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna put on a event if it's not gonna be.
I want to keep it.
Up to the
I want to keep
standards.
it because it's become a thing.
I
for us.
appreciate that though, because it's one of those things, it's like, it's a huge sell.
What do you guys think? Ryan's suggesting that we cut it.
I think we have to leave it just as is or cut it.
Leave it as is what?
Leave it as is, what the number was, 10.5?
10.5. Oh, I thought you meant the
Leave it at
three that we're
10.5.
looking at.
No, leave it at 10.5 or cut it completely. Reducing it to 8, you're just putting him in an even worse spot.
No, I agree with that
enough.
because it's already down from the
Okay, fair
12
enough.
something.
That's all I had in the parks budget.
Okay, any other questions on the Parks and Rec budget before we let Issa down from the stage? No? Okay, Issa, thanks. Okay, so that's our last department for
The new.
you. So let's just look at each of these. I'm just want to run through each of them to see if we have any questions on the funds before we tackle anything else. Is there any questions on the sanitation fund? Okay, any questions?
Yeah, hold on one second. What is the contract? Yeah, let me pull up sanitation. I had a question on that. I'll tell you what it is. It's 34. What is the contract contingency?
That's an expense line
Yes.
that goes to the general fund.
So is that what's transferring over where it impacts other departments?
It's one of them. Yeah, there's two. There's the franchise fee amount, and then there's the department overhead. Those are the two expenses that are non-contractual or are contractual, but they're not part of
Contractual.
the fees.
Got it. Okay, okay. The 49, the special pickup, that's not a special residential pickup. Is that a special pickup for you guys?
That's a historical line item that we charge against when there's a solid waste contract that's not covered by a solid waste fee or cost that's not covered under the contract.
What would it be?
An extra, I don't know, somebody leaves something in the road, they dump a illegal dumping or something, and we have to, and the hauler picks it up for us and they charge us.
I thought Public Works handled that kind of stuff.
If solid waste is the one who does it, it's continued, it's never, it's not frequently used, to be frank, but it's a line item, historic,
It's $1,000 and it's not being used, and it's just,
but this budget is fixed,
oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
so it would have to be labeled something.
That's all I had in sanitation.
So road fund is next. Any questions on road fund?
Look.
And this one's a formula-based budget, so it
No, I have nothing there.
Okay, police fund?
Police fund.
proposed at 0, so it's gonna be a hard conversation, Chief.
Questions on police fund?
I had a question here, and I don't understand what I wrote. Well, I'll tell you what I wrote while I'm trying to pull it up, and it won't pull up for some reason. 440.100, do we still rent that vehicle? And if so, why are there no numbers in there? That's what I wrote.
440.100 task force vehicle rental.
That's, we were reimbursed for the feds for that, so that was moved over to that reimbursement section. That's why it was zeroed out, because we pay it and then they reimburse us for it.
Got it. So it's a break-even thing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any others before?
The
we go
police
to-
fund is strictly pass through. The rentals are charged to it and we will get reimbursed to it, and the same thing with overtime.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll go to forfeiture fund. Any questions on forfeiture fund? Hearing none.
Just when the money's coming. That's all.
Can't budget for it. All right, CITT is what I have next. And I don't have anything until 64.
Yeah, 64.
Any other questions before we get to 64?
On 43, the street lighting, that is just a fix, I'm guessing, right? We only accrued until September, or actual until September. 43,
43, Paul, on CITT.
and you have adopted the same amount of money. Doesn't change.
If I remember correctly from, I don't know if it was the last meeting or the meeting prior, but it was, I think we brought this question up. I think the answer was, yes, that's the figure, and we're pretty certain on that one.
Right, we plug that in from their pre-budget estimate,
Okay.
which we receive. It's
Okay.
usually pretty close.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we get to 64? All right, questions on 64? My recollection, well, we have the 15 here for storm drain inspection and cleaning.
Yeah,
My-
so Paul, clear this up for me. This looks like a balanced budget at the amount we have.
Right.
And then the commission requested to up it to what, 30,000?
Correct.
Where does that money come from? If it seems like it's being created out of thin air.
Yeah, if it was a reallocation, like you said, but where is it, where will it be pulled from or reallocated from?
Our revenues look like we're overspending what's coming in. So that's why I want to be sure we're not.
Yeah, so that's from prior year revenue. That's what you're not be able to see, is that this is the annual ask, and it's not as relevant as the 5-year plan. The 5-year plan shows last year's projects that may not have been funded yet, and they carry over, they get punted into the future. So CIT is a rolling report, whereas you're looking at it from a 1-year snap. So it's, you have funds from prior years that you have not spent fully.
My concern is if we spend more funds that are coming in, and we continue to do that, we're eventually gonna.
Right, you wouldn't have that
Yeah,
reimbursement.
we're tying fixed costs to a number that we're overspending. We're spending more than we're bringing in.
Yeah, and historically, the way you did that was you'd have your CIP would have a project or a recurring event that's below the operating budget. And you would meet it with CITT, knowing that if once CITT exhausted, you'd have to cover it with other funds. That was sort of that's the solution to get the CITT moving when it was stalled. So,
So
and it's,
want everyone to be
to your success, you're starting to zero it out, but there's still some funds.
I just want to be clear that we're overspending what we're bringing in. So where this is a solution for the drains this year, it
Right,
eventually is not the permanent solution.
It's an excess number that we have that will eventually get smaller and smaller if we continue to spend this much per year.
While we're talking about drains, I will share, hopefully some good news, is I shared with Chris a piggyback contract with the city of Weston. Currently, we're spending $200 per drain. Their price is $100 per drain. So we'd be cutting our costs in half. And the contract includes vacuum trucks for emergency situations. It's in there, and it's a reduced cost than what we're currently paying as well. So I gave it to Chris. Hopefully it all works out. We can't budget for it right now, but it's some good news down the line. And that vendor was the one who did our previous GPS study of where our drains were. They're more than willing to do it again as part of the contract. So.
Did you talk to them?
Yes, I did. That's all I wanted to talk to them about was if they still have the document that we could get with our GPS data of our drains. Unfortunately, they don't, but they're willing to do it again as part of the piggyback contract.
They don't have it.
All right,
It got
so
deleted.
I think.
What?
They got deleted.
I think the solution, well, based on what we talked about last time, is increasing that 15 to 30 with the understanding we're using the rollover funds.
Mhm.
It will change next year. We know that.
Mhm.
There will be a reduced number. Do we know what the excess is offhand?
I have it. Hold on.
But I guess my proposal would be to increase it to the 30, like we talked about, because I think we had an agreement on that, or consensus, and then hope that works out with the vendor. That would be fantastic, because it would be great to have not only the storm cleaning, but also to have the vac trucks on call, because we certainly need that. But the only change that I would say is to increase it to 30 like we talked about last time, and then Paul, if you have that number.
Gonna be a minute to pull that up,
No, that's fine.
Is this coming from the
It's
additional?
coming from the excess rollover CITT that we have not used years prior. So it will eventually whittle down to there, it's no longer there.
Zero out.
But the question I'm asking is how much is it? Is it 15? So we'll get 1 year, is it, of it? Is it 30? We'll get 2 years? That's not that it really matters for the purposes of this budget because we have it there to go to 30 now. I think we just do it for 30 like we talked about.
Which row of CITTs?
Right, so historically, you have a deposit, you still have a balance of 155,000.
So this would get us
Quite a bit of,
whole lot of years.
there's plenty of money still there, yeah.
Gosh.
At transit, that one you've got, no, you're fine. But eventually you will
How
run
much?
out of the freebie, but I think Chris would have to answer. I know he renegotiated the ongoing costs with the freebie.
Okay.
I don't know that granular, but
What was the number again for the rollover CITT right now?
155.
155?
Transit is 150.
That includes,
So as of your July balance, which obviously we're a couple months behind, you had 300,000 totally in the bank for last year. So you project the 180. So we're basically have a 1 year cushion sitting there, maybe 2 years.
Good.
okay, so we.
So you should be rolling, I don't know the freebie burn rate, but the transit, you're on pace.
Can remind me, we may have had this discussion, so forgive me, but can we take that CITT rollover and use it as part of capital? Excuse me.
That's what you normally do.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Use it-
You have a 5-year plan that you update quarterly and report back to CITT. And so that adjusts every time.
Jonathan, I didn't hear what you said. We can use it for what?
For CIP.
Yeah, and historically, that's how you would balance certain
thought some of
projects
that-
and
Yeah, I thought some of that we were planning to use.
roads and drain projects.
That's right. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, currently, I think we're
Correct.
planning on using that for drains.
Right.
For the drains project.
Okay.
And what,
So this can double the line, so you're talking about storm drain inspection clean in 15 to put it into 30 using this funds from CITT.
Correct. That was what we discussed at, I think, the last hearing or the meeting or the meeting prior. It was one of them, but that's what the discussion was.
So for action,
It was our regular commission meeting. That's what it
Yeah.
was.
so for action is to increase that to 30.
Correct. I think that was all I had on this one.
and I'm sorry, Mr. What was the rollover number we have in there?
155.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions on CATT?
Zip.
Okay. So then the next one I have on my list is capital projects. Well, the building fund first, I guess. Building fund should be easier.
I'm sorry, one last question on 64. Remind me, Paul, what's on-demand service?
That's the freebie.
Were there any questions on building? I would imagine there were fewer questions on building than we'll have for discussion for CIP.
This is all appropriated for what Chris was wanting us to do, not what's happening now, correct?
You're talking about building, right? I believe so.
So we're gonna have a new manager who's gonna look at this whole situation, reevaluate, because we never had that conversation and decided what we're gonna do. So how do we sort of plan here to be nimble?
So this is a zero net budget on purpose. So whatever the new manager chooses, it would have to be
Within that number anyway.
right. And you can see we plug a revenue number and we plug the expense number. Everything in between there is procedural, really. It absorbs it.
Since Commissioner Kennedy brought it up, that's something I want to address later, but when we're going to talk about it, but since we're talking about it now, to me, I think the only logical solution is going to 100% cap, because by keeping an in-house employee, even though the building clerk is a cap employee right now, we're giving that 25% back to them. We're tying a fixed amount of a salary and benefits to a moving number of how much money comes into the department. That is not how budgets should happen. You should never tie a fixed amount. Chris said his estimate was 160,000 all-in number for that employee if we went out and hired that employee in-house. Just 2 years ago, the building fund brought in 300,000.
Mhm.
That would have been half our budget. We wouldn't have been able to make the 75%. We would have had to come out of our general fund to fund that employee. To me, that just is just bad bookkeeping, bad budgeting, because we don't know when the next downturn in the building industry might happen. It might happen next year. There might be a plywood shortage and we don't get any permits throughout the entire year. It's safer to keep it all 100% in cap. They have they own the training, they own the employees. The employees that we always get from them are quality employees. It's just safer for us. We could end up with paying out of pocket for the rest of that employee if we have a downturn in our building industry.
Are we losing a certain revenue by doing that?
We can't make any revenue on building.
We
Building,
can't-
building.
It has to, it
ha-
can't
has to
sit,
be-
it
we
has
have
to
spend
sit.
every dollar
Well, we can make it, but it has to be spent within the building.
within the building fund, yes. Currently, we send 75% to cap and we retain 25% for a building clerk. We don't employ one. We then contract that back to cap at 90, I think this year's gonna be $92,000 for that building clerk. The discussion before I was on the commission was bringing that employee back in-house. This estimate was $162,000 all-in number for the quality of employee we would need for that position. If there's a downturn in the building industry and we don't have permits coming in, we could end up overspending on that employee and end up having to come into the general fund to bail out the building.
All in was 160 something?
That's what he said. It was he said
We
it.
were talking about specialized employee, that someone that's able to look at the,
Clerk.
no, someone that can actually look into the
But what
plans.
we have is building clerk.
Chris, are you still there to answer on this question?
I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but why are we having this? We need to get through the budget. It's not part of the budget. I know, but I think we need to finish what we're doing, because this is a conversation that we're gonna have with a new manager. It's not gonna be Chris anyway, so.
True.
And it's a clerk. It's not, I don't, that's 167,000. It's a
True.
clerk. Well, I'm not sure where that came from.
Yeah, you
But
don't,
we're not gonna
you
solve
don't
it
need to
tonight.
make a decision tonight.
I know where you're going with it, Vice Mayor.
Right.
I get that. But if we don't need to necessarily sell it right now, we got a couple other things to get to, so.
Yep.
Let's go forward. So if that's it for building, capital projects is next.
Well, should we go through the rest of them and make sure, 'cause we just finished the departments we had not touched, and it sounds like we're happy with where we stand on those. But we did all the other departments at the first hearing. I think we need to go back and check all of that and make sure that's okay, because then it really all comes down and impacts the leftovers for CIP. So I think we need to go back and check the rest of it, because it impacts, this is kind of like the leftover fund. So I think we need to, my suggestion would be do the rest of them again, make sure they're all right, and then go back and do this one last.
Which, I mean, I know you said you had some. Right, but well, just to try and streamline it, Commissioner Kenny, you said that you observed what you think were errors?
Well, one was the drain in the CITT, so we did that one. That was
Right.
So let me.
Do you have a list? I mean, because if you have a list of things that you think that were done incorrectly, then
Did you guys check all the changes that we requested to make sure they were all done? I think we should real quickly, look at each department real quickly and just go bam, 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 make sure they were, because it's a short list. If they weren't done, then we're gonna be messed up at the end again. So we, in the commission, for example, we were cutting $2,500 in phones. Was that done?
There is no telephone
it's
expense.
0,
41.
0?
0.
Okay, good. So that's what I'm saying. We need to check these things and make sure, because this is our last time we're looking at this. Um, 40, oh, that's 41. Well, that was helium phones should have been cut 1403. And then 55 should be cut down to 0.
It is.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
In admin, we increased 12.002 to $50,000. Was that done?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm switching in between all the Excel sheets.
Off admin.
Which item?
Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
41, remove phones.
In admin, 12.002. Should have been increased to $50,000 according to my notes, and it's still at 47.7. Anyone else have that in their notes?
50,000 is what I had.
Yeah, it's not. So that's why I want to go through this and check everything.
We have a new
I have it,
admin assistant, correct?
we asked for a 10% increase on this one.
The person will start
What was
2 weeks into the fiscal year,
What was she hired at?
43 something.
3? So she came under.
Yeah, so there's plenty of funds in there for 47.
She came in under.
Increase this to 50.
No, if she came in under, then sounds like we're covered.
I didn't hear the number.
43,
43.
correct.
Do we want to keep it at 43? I mean, I understand it's high, it's contracted, but it could be that in the middle of the year, the manager decides to increase the salary.
Well, it's
mean,
at
Well,
It's
47.7
at
now.
47.7 right now. So
Right.
if we keep it at 47.7, that
And there
That's
is
a little discretion.
flexibility for the manager to allocate. $43,000 is
And
really not
that's
much.
how we did it. We kept it where it was. The person is under within a 90-day review or whatever.
leave it at
Won't be a
47.
big- Yeah, it won't be a big increase, but something, yeah.
Okay, so we can leave it at 47.7, we're comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm confused. Why did you hire at 43 if you brought her in? Because the old budget was 45.
Because you don't want to hire at your top number and
Yeah.
not have any room
First.
for the first
She
review.
was hired at 43 and you can go up to 45. Okay. So do we want to keep it at 47.7?
And with that, that's a 6% increase.
Okay. So I'm going to delete that from my note.
At 41, I had the phones.
21.
21?
Okay, so were those changes made in all the other, oh, never mind, they weren't made, so it doesn't matter. 31. HR got put back up to 3,000, great.
Correct.
Okay, lobbyist. We increased it to 25, done.
Yep.
Mhm.
32. This is where Paul and Chris were lobbying us for the
extra position for 30.
the extra position, right? For $30,000 accounts payable, coding, budget analyst, part-time often on his staff, so no other benefits. So we need to have that conversation. Well, 32.
It would go within, is this already line itemed in here? Is that what this, okay. that's
No,
what I
this
thought.
would be new on page 30, on object code 32. So tonight alone, I counted, there were 97 instances of things like that we wouldn't have dealt with. Kidding, I did not really count. I can't count that high. Look at Veronica's face. She's like, what?
No, I couldn't hear you. What's that?
This person that they were talking to us, and I'm not advocating for it, I'm just reminding us that this is the time we need to have that conversation. That extra part-time position through Paul's company.
Yeah.
For coding
Yes.
and all of that stuff. Tonight, there were a lot of examples of that
Yes.
again. Yeah. So, guys, do we have the stomach for this? Do we have the room for it somewhere? Here I am saying we need to cut and cut the millage rate, but I'm just reminding you, we had this conversation, so I'm bringing it back up because now's the time.
The reason, well, I'm advocating for it if the money's there for it. At least the way that I had seen this kind of unfolding is we get to the end, we find out how much we saved, where that would put us for millage, and then find out if within that money, we can provide for something like this. So,
Is 30 a hard number, Paul? That's what I wrote down from last meeting.
Yeah, that's our only offer.
and what do we have so far savings?
You're at the
Like-
80,000, 81,000.
81,000. So I did some math, speaking hypotheticals. If we were to drop to even 939, I saw that about 46.2, which would leave us with 34.8 left over. We could afford this person and still have $4,800. It's quick math, but that's
Are you talking
maybe-
about a decrease in the millage rate?
If we were to do that, if we were to drop to 939, and let's say, John, you left and we only needed 3 people to vote on it, that would be 939. That would cost us 46.2, which with the 81 would leave us with 34.8. And then we can afford that
Right
30,000.
with you.
Yeah.
Paul, earlier in the meeting, seems like a week ago, I mentioned the fact that about a year ago, a little more than a year, a little less than a year ago, we gave Chris what amounts to a $16,000 bonus by paying his insurance. That 80 whatever thousand number you just read back to us, does that include that?
Yes.
It does include that. Okay, just want to make sure.
Well, like I'm in favor of this position because that will significantly reduce the amount of stuff that we have done over the last 2 months.
I misspoke. It does not include that. We did not adjust
Does
that.
not include it. I didn't think so. Guys, there's $16,000 more
If
Well,
we were to.
can I
remove that
give
from
a-
compensation.
if we remove it.
Can I give a professional reaction to it? You do not know who you're about to hire. You
I
need to
understand
leave
that.
every penny.
Or when. But you know what? At that point, then we put pencil to paper and we have a reserve and we hire the person we need to do. But guys, we did that for this particular employee. Didn't work. And it was not something that we budgeted. And we threw that in there at $16,000. And here we sit in a couple of weeks and he's going to be gone and we're going to start the process. We have other places we could find money if we need to. We have to be responsible. This is $16,000 that was not in the budget last year. And we gave it to him. So I think we need to cut that. That's $16,000 more towards our magic number of keeping a reduced millage and Jonathan still getting us that position.
So we're saying that the salary remains the same.
Yep.
So at 106,
It's at 106, yeah.
and then you're saying that the benefits will decrease by 16,000.
Yeah, it's in line 23.000. Correct, Paul? Yep, we can decrease that by $16,000.
So instead of 53, we got to remove 16.
We get it down to 37,286. We pull 16. I talked to Paul about this today. Well, we texted, or did we talk? I can't remember. Texted. Yeah, so we pull, there's an extra 16 in there.
What does it mean for the manager that he would be responsible for part of his insurance?
Right, which would match what you do for other employees for the most part.
Yeah.
So
And what we did when
your
we hired.
personnel strategy, you waive that because of the negotiation with the current manager. So that
Can I ask you a question, Paul?
revert.
I understand we're looking for money. That makes sense. I'm not in favor of cutting benefits to advertise or attract a potential candidate. Could this be moved somewhere so that it could be restored if we get someone down here that we speak to that say that we want to include that in total comp somehow?
Yeah, this is where your budget's a little restrictive. It's when you know you have something, you have to put it in the department that you're going to use it.
Let's
Unless,
just stay within this department. That's
unless you, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know the charter perfectly. Unless you line item it in, like your CIP, for instance, conditional funds for manager hire or something, like I'm just thinking out loud. So that way you don't have to have a 2 reading ordinance just to hire your manager.
Gotcha.
and pay
Well, look, that's the biggest thing that we do is hire a manager. It's the most impactful thing we do is find someone to run this whole place and make all of this turn into something, right? We can always pass an ordinance and grab money out of the reserve and say we put together a package for someone, we negotiated a package, we need some more money.
Yeah,
Have to do it. It would be, you have to do it with 2 reads. It would be an ordinance.
Of course, it's an ordinance. We have to do it with 2 readings, that's all. But this is money that was not in the budget. It was not part of the package that we advertised either of the previous 2 times that we hired a manager. It was not part of the package. It was something that we gave extra to Chris. And we reached in our pockets to do that.
Can I ask for the similar position in other municipalities, do we know if normally it would cover full amount of benefits?
I've seen it
A little bit.
negotiated lots of different ways. Yeah, I mean, most managers have a completely executive level package with all kinds of severances and in most municipalities, they're.
And then when it
all
comes
different
down to it and we find,
all over them.
we find the person that we're interested in, that's when Brad steps in and negotiates on our behalf and comes back to us and says, here's where we stand, guys. We can do this. I need this from you, We figure it out. But it's not something that was part of the budget when we hired the previous 2 managers. This was something we threw extra because one commissioner brought it up and said, I think we should do it. And 3 of you said yes. That's the only reason it happened. And it happened like that. live at a meeting.
I have like mixed feelings about this. I voted no at that time because it was too soon after we had
Yep.
just closed negotiation. That was the only reason for my no. But I also know now how hard it was to find the right person, or what we thought it was the right person for the job. And the more we diminish this benefits and the salaries sort of remains static, like the same way, the harder it's going to be to find another person, I feel. I understand we have the chance to go out there and renegotiate, and make a package for that, but it's just, I don't
Here's
know.
the thing,
I feel
if it's
like
in there,
we don't
then
have a
it's
good
in there.
pool for money.
If it's in there, then it's in there and they expect it. If it's not in there, and then you get to the point where you negotiate, that's when you negotiate and you can do what you need to do. But if it's in there, then it's part of the deal. And they know it's part of the deal.
Yeah, I'm like, the way I'm looking at it, I'm rethinking increasing the salary. That's what I'm saying. I think I want people to know that this is an important position. And, I think we made it clear when we hired Chris that this was what we had for that sort of responsibility. And a lot happened in the middle, and this was not easy, and it's not going to be easy for the next person who's going to come after a hole with not having a manager in transition. And more staff, that needs to be hired. It's a task job. It's a very hard job for $100,000. And I think we're going to have a big challenge finding the right person for $100,000. So I'm thinking out loud because, again, I wasn't for approving originally the extra benefit, but at the same time, I think a lot has changed in a year. And the visibility we got as to how many things needed to come from the inside out and things that needed to be moving that weren't moving for all those months that Mario wasn't there required a lot from a manager. And I believe when Chris says it's putting over 50 hours a week, and I can understand that that's true. And
I missed that part when you're spending.
like 50 plus hours a week that had kind of stated to us. I know, but I
Spend 50
want to,
hours. I spend more than that on my job. Most people do it at an executive level.
yeah, but it has to be fairly paid in order to make the impact and the changes that we want to see. So again, I'm putting it out there. I'm like going back and forth as to how we make this a desirable position within the budget that we have. It's never going to be the big budgets of other municipalities. We know that. People that come for the job know that, but neither are the challenges. It has to be fair. And I don't know if $100,000 makes it. So we originally increased it by 6% only from $100,000 that he had for the following year. He was requesting 35. I don't know if you guys find maybe somewhere in the middle to be contemplated. But I think we need to revisit it.
So now we're having two conversations now. We're talking about
Yes.
removing the 16 and keeping the 16 and also increasing the salary?
No, I think I like the idea of being fair across the board with staff, of making sure that what we bring into the table for benefits for everybody, it's sort of the same. But the salary, maybe contemplating the salary to increase.
Well, if we have to start slicing and dicing numbers, if we cut 16,000, that extra 16,000 in insurance, and throw 6,000 of it onto the salary, lift
Yeah.
the salary up to 112, and that still saves us 10 grand. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
necessarily saying I'm in favor of that. I'm just throwing something out there to get that conversation going.
Yes.
But that's another way to look at it. But here's and I'm just going to say this one more time. People enter these kind of job searches knowing that there's some amount of negotiation, and they also, by the way, can look at meetings and they know they're in the future sometime. Our next candidates can be listening to this meeting knowing that we paid the last guy 16,000 extra dollars in insurance.
Yeah.
And that we talked about increase it. They know they can do this, and they come in and say, "Look, I'm the right person for the job, and here's what it'll take to get me." That's what happens. So I understand what you're saying. I'd be happy to meet in the middle and do something like that. Increase it to 112.
Yeah.
And save the extra $10,000 on insurance. It's still $10,000 in our favor that we need to get where we need to be so we can get this gentleman another worker.
We need a vote to go past 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez. A motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Motion, 30 minutes. We'll go 30 minutes. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Look, I I want to meet in the middle and I want to get this done. And I think advertising it at a little bit more might attract some better candidates. So if it's advertising at 112,
Yeah.
might be some more room to negotiate. That's fine. So why don't we move the 6 over from the benefit to the salary?
Yes,
And then we can save that 10 and then we have that room to work.
I'm good with that.
Good? Okay.
So I just want to repeat that back. So we are increasing manager salary to 112.
Correct.
Cut the extra insurance. Save 10 grand net.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
All right. Were there any other questions? What is this? Admin? Wait, Paul, do you have that? Sorry. Okay, great.
Okay. And we're trying to get to, I'm sorry, we already got his person taken.
Yes, we
care of. We're
did.
trying to get
Paul,
an extra person with Paul,
which
an extra part.
with the savings we have, we're now at 91. So even if we were to
we
cut
would-
millage, we have it.
9. So we still need 20 grand.
What's that?
If we, to cut the millage by 2, we need 82. We're at 91, that's an extra 9, so we need 21,000 more to get to 30 grand for Paul's firm.
If we were to cut from 9 down to 9.3, then yes.
Yeah.
This
Uh,
number, Paul? Are you?
I'm looking here.
That's the first quote of 9.3. I'd heard 9.39, so that, you're right, that's another 20,000.
I think hypothetically throwing numbers out.
Yep.
Any other in admin?
My spreadsheets are not happy all of a sudden. 48.
They have-
48. Okay. So, okay, I'm sorry, that's correct. 49, I'm sorry, we did that. 49,004. 49,004, we did that. Okay, and then the last one. Come on. Yeah, my computer is really unhappy all of a sudden. Can someone open up 99?
I got it.
Yeah,
Contingency
yeah, was that change made?
down to 1,500.
I can't even get it to go there now. So annoying.
We are in 99 in admin.
99. We cut contingent, discretionary retention funds to $10,000.
That's there.
And the $3,000 contingency, we cut to $1,500 bucks.
That's also there.
Guys, here's some other places we could do some slicing and get a couple $1,000s more towards our magic number.
We've already reduced these. Is there any other interest in reducing these further?
Because this is admin contingency, or I'm sorry, discretionary funds. We cut it from 10 to 5, and there's another $5,000 towards getting Paul's firm.
I mean, I don't know that 5 gets us really a whole lot for a retention fund.
Do we have
Well,
a,
it's only for how many employees? It wouldn't impact the manager. It's for 1, 2, it's for 2 employees.
do we have an actual spend, Paul, on code 99 under 49012?
My spreadsheet's acting like Max. I can't get to the right any.
So we're saying $10,000 is what we allocated, and that you're saying it's for 2 employees, and this will be the clerk and
How
the,
many employees are in admin other than the
Yeah.
manager? There's the clerk,
and the assistant
the
clerk?
assistant clerk.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Everything else is to a different department. There's code people in there, there's building people in there. It's just 2 employees when you remove the manager from the equation.
And the administrative assistant is gone, so yeah, those 2.
So, I mean, a $5,000 discretionary retention fund for 2 employees, that's, money.
Right, Chris quoted that some of this was still coming, but it hasn't hit our budget financials yet.
Okay.
Say that again?
It hasn't hit their, it's
It's not actualized.
year to date is still being processed. I mean, we made a pretty significant cut here. I'm comfortable leaving it at 10,
Yeah, me
up to
too.
30,000.
Trying to get us to a magic number, got to cut. Opportunities to cut. We also have in here, I can't get the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet doesn't want to play with me. There we go. Maybe now it will.
In admin?
Yeah. HR support 31. That was cut down to 3. We
3.
cut another $1,000 out of that. That was for Pamela to start the process of trying to figure out some manuals and da, da, da. I think Pamela's gonna be really, 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 really busy here the next couple of months. What, I didn't hear what she said.
That Pam has already been really.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there's an opportunity to save $1,000. HR support, cut it down to 2.
Please don't. I've already started the process based on you giving me the $3,000.
Yeah, I'm okay with 3,000. I think it's a very important thing we need to cover.
I've
3,000.
already
I just want to
started.
see it get done. A year from now, it'll be interesting to sit here and see how far we really got. The 40 is the auto allowance for the village manager at $400 a month. I kind of never really understood this, to be honest with you. Not like a traveling job. They come to work for the most part. Some driving around, but everyone drives around for their job. It's $4,800. Line item 40, or object code 40. $400 a month auto allowance for the manager.
This, I think this kind of goes to that discussion that we just had about kind of total comp. Is this, I don't, I mean, it's already kind of used, it looks like pretty close. We've already cut 10,000 out of total comp for our manager, or our new incoming manager, or however we're gonna advertise and negotiate to it. I don't know, cutting more money here serves us in finding the right candidate.
I assume that this allowance allows for the manager to have a take-home car, so that if they have to respond in the middle of the night, whatever, that's covered. Most times when you have a essential employee like a village manager, they have a take-home car that if they have to come back to the village for an emergency in the middle of the night, they're driving a village vehicle back, not driving their own personal one.
These are a lot of these kind of things are things that increase packages and don't really, all they do is add extra money in people's pockets. There's not, it turns into compensation, not what it was really intended for. That's everything I had there. And there's a contingency in there that was already taken care of, right?
Correct.
Okay. That was it.
Okay, so that's admin. The last one would be police. I mean, I personally only really had the one question for you, Chief.
Did any of you go through here and check all the things? So we changed a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm still kind of confused. Why is there 0 for the 2 commanders?
Chief, you have it open?
Yes, I have it open.
We're on 12.
We brought that up. I'm not.
So guys, why is there,
We brought that up. I'm not sure why that reflected that way.
because the chief's salary is there. You do have 2 commanders, yeah?
No, we have
Two captains.
one full-time captain and 2 part-time captains.
And where are they on here?
Well, yep.
Are they accounted for? Yeah, I'm concerned that the police staff is still not accounted for properly.
When we asked about the commanders before, we said we weren't gonna staff those positions anymore, that would be,
Captains.
they would taken over by the captains.
Right. But where are the captains on here? That's what I want to see. Because they're not at the same rate as everybody else, are they? The full-time captain's not,
The full-time captain, yes, sir.
is at the same rate as an officer?
No, they're more than an officer.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I don't see it on here. Because there's 12 and then there's 13. 13 are part-timers. So ostensibly, the part-time captain might be on this part-time page. There are 3 officers, Rivera, Rodriguez, and Solano.
Correct. Those are the 3 part-time.
Is one of them the part-time captain?
No,
So where's the part-time captain?
that's when it was brought up, they said the numbers were correct, but the labeling was not.
Right, but you have three part-time officers, and those are the correct names on the sheet?
Yes.
So where's the part-time, I'm not questioning you, guys, where's the part-time captain? That's why I'm so confused on all of this. If you look at the part-time page, object code 13, there's three part-time officers there. He's saying those three names are correct. Those are our three part-time officers. Where's our part-time captain? And then when you go to 12, it's the same thing. The chief is on there. There should be a full-time captain that's not on there. And how many officers, other than yourself and the full-time captain, how many full-time officers do you have?
That number is correct. 10 would include that captain's position.
Okay, but that person's salary is different than the others. Is that number correct then?
That's
Saying-
what, when I brought that concern up, they said the number was correct. It's just the labeling
Okay,
for.
so police officers 10 is correct, and that includes the captain. I personally would like to see the captain line itemized out so we know where the captain is. And because are all the other officers at the same salary?
No.
No.
They're all
move up a
depending on
certain-
their time experience, because
I
one
would
of those
like-
is the task force officer's
Yeah.
position.
I would
also.
like to see the captain pulled out there separate, so we see that, because we know we have a full-time captain. And then the other 9 officers at the total, but you're saying Paul, is 737 and change the correct
Yes.
dollar amount?
Yes.
Okay, I would personally like to see that captain pulled out. But on the next page, is 13 correct, Paul? Is he saying he has a part-time captain that is not accounted for here anywhere? Two? He has 2 part?
The names are right, then it's accounted
With
for.
those are there's 2 part-time captains. It was,
So neither of,
their names aren't there. I was told when I brought this up that the numbers were correct.
so 71,760 is correct? So you have part-time, you have 3 officers and 2 captains.
2 captains, correct.
Total of 5.
Correct.
Is that 71,760 correct for 5 people?
The other 2 are the traffic officers, correct?
No,
No.
they're part-time
No,
captains.
part-time captain that is, we're talking about being coded, well, not coded separately, but being separated out in a different line item, I guess, because these 3 individuals here are part-time officers, but not, none of them are part-time captains.
So it says, just to be clear, it says part-time officers 3, that number is correct. You have 3 part-time officers separate from the captains.
Correct.
You have 3 officers, right. Now, is 71,760, Paul, is that the amount we paid the 3 part-time officers only? Or does that number also include the 2 part-time captains?
The
It doesn't seem
captain
like
is
a lot of money.
Lozano and Rosaro.
I don't have a salary schedule that matches these numbers because it happened after the salary schedule that creates the first budget I have. And so this change, I can't answer that exactly.
Well, if they all got paid the same amount of money, and I know they don't, it would be $14,000 each a year. Does that sound like what you would pay part-time officers? I don't,
The officer is correct, just about. But they're, no, for 14,000, not this.
I think this page has a problem.
Question is, so for the 3 part-time officers, you have proposed 71,760. Would that be the correct number for 3 part-time police officers?
That's what
I know,
Paul's
I'm
looking
just
for.
trying to clarify it, so we. I know, I'm just.
He's looking. I don't think he knows where they get paid. The 71,760 came from somewhere.
23.
The part-time
20
captain is
each.
in the 737 number.
Say that again?
The part-time captain
Yeah.
was put in, not as part-time, it was whatever the rate was included in, though it was part-time, in the 737.
So that the line item for police officer is under 12.
The part-time, calculation for the part-time 3 officers, That's gonna be 23,920 for each one, given the total of 760 for the three.
Yeah, and
So that
that's accurate.
incorporates the three
So that's the
just
par-
at those.
So that's the part-time officers, but what Paul is now saying is that the part-time captain
Captains
is
is
rolled into
the-
the police officers under under
Correct.
12.
They're stuck under 12.
So within that is the part-time captain and the captain?
Yes.
What we're
Yeah, the
seeing right
captains were
now
put
is
in there.
police officers
It's
10
the way I
are
wrote the
really-
note to staff that
I see.
I put the captains together.
So what we're seeing on 12 as police officers 10 for 737,965 is really police officers 10 plus
Plus
one full-time captain plus two
Well,
part-time captains.
Inclusive of. yes.
That would be the under, for the 10, that would have your 4 sergeants, your 4 patrol officers, our task force officer, the captain, and the 2 part-time captains come out to that total of the 737,965.
So 737,965 is a correct number, Paul?
I'm sorry, what?
737,965 is a correct number to include all the full-time officers, one full-time captain, 2 part-time captains.
Correct, in the elimination of the 2 commander positions.
Okay, but then this description says, this is
Yeah,
what
it's-
makes it so confusing.
Yeah, it wasn't labeled correctly.
Okay, so 2 of these captains, the part-timers, should be on object code 13 with the rest of the part-time staff, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So we need to move 2 people over there and add a line that says part-time captains 2
Correct.
with their salary. Am I correct, guys? So in 13, we need to add a line above part-time officers, part-time captains 2 and whatever their number is. And then back on 12, we needed to deduct that number. Also deduct the full-time captain from that number and add that person in place of one of those commander lines, captain full-time. And the numbers between 12 and 13 will all add up to be exactly the same, but they'll all be broken down into the actual personnel.
Yes, sir.
Paul, I'm just gotta ask, are you really 100% certain that the 2 numbers, when you add them together, does capture everything of what I just described?
So the way this works is I give the notes to accounting and they give it back to me what they do, and those notes read essentially what you just said. So according to the notes I have, yes, it's exactly right.
Okay. So the numbers are right and the descriptions are wrong.
Yes.
Got it.
I just have a note here I want to verify with you all. So I had 106,273 under chief salary, proposed on our meeting of 10% increase. That's what I put a note. I want to make sure you guys had the same because this number 111,581 does not add up to 10% increase. It's only 5%. So
6%. Yeah.
I get 5%. And I had a note of 10% increase.
What line are you on, Vero?
Chief salary from 106 to 111 under the row 8. That's a 5% increase. I had a note for 10. Paul is saying it's 6, but I get 5, so trying to figure that out.
4.99% increase.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I had a 10% increase.
You had down that we agreed to do 10%?
Yes, in my notes, and I just want to double check with you, because there might be another conversation from another workshop that we reduced it to 6. So if you can double check that, and then second, this wouldn't be 6 anyhow, it's only
I
5.
don't have any note about that going to 10, and you're correct that the math is off.
Yeah, so we're talking about 2 different things. You're talking about the budget and what he was actually paid, and then the difference between the 2. So I don't believe your original salary was exactly what was in the budget.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
no.
Okay.
I think I know what he meant. It's 6% based on what he was getting paid, but it's only 5% based on what was in the budget. Because he wasn't paid the budgeted amount.
My understanding. Yeah.
Okay, but no 10s, okay.
Believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And then we see the 2 traffic officers. Okay, I got the staff thing straight in my head now. It was just very angly on there.
by the time it came and it was caught, it was already pushed out for the commission for they just couldn't make the changes.
We good?
Well, you wanted a detective and I suggested that you would come back and you wanted. detective, and maybe you can find $27,000 to cut and you can get your detective. Does that happen?
Yes, sir. No, there was no other, to have us run, to make sure that we were doing things the right way. There's nothing else I could really cut out of there. So we're gonna have to go out without the detective right now.
And then we talked about body cams and it was $5,000. Where are they in here?
Software.
Saw it in here. Where is it?
52.
52? Body cam, $5,000. Okay. Okay. 52.
52.
52.
Okay, well, on the list I gave you guys, I mean, when Art was here at the first budget hearing, he spoke about, how much costs have gone up in the police department and especially, and there are some places in here, I think, to get us where we need to be. So I think we can get this millage rate down and also get Paul his person, which is what we're trying to do now. I think there's some opportunities to cut in here. Overtime travel, contingency, non-lethal equipment, and education training. I think there's opportunities to cut in there, and I think we could very quickly get to where we need.
Put a plug in there because you're not gonna have a fifth commissioner in about 10 to 15 minutes. All right, so, you want me to be the bad cop? I'll be the bad cop. You wanna go down to 8.1? Keep talking.
How much more do we?
I'll give you till 10, my laptop says 10:27, I'm at 10:40, I'm leaving. Come up with a millage rate and someone put it to a vote, I will hit yes. Not, we're going back to 8.3.
Right. Just for procedural, it's 10:27, so I'll move to extend another 20 minutes. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're talking about it. Say again, Mac? To get down to?
Get down.
We have it right now. We have it. We can drop to 939. No. 939. We can get down to 939 right now. We can get him his extra person and we will still be left over with another $4,800. By my calculations.
If I could use a little bit of,
Then why don't we get to 9.4, which is a nice even number, see what that gives us an extra and figure out where that can go. We'll figure out, we'll end up with the CIP contract. Get that wrapped up so John can get out of here.
So you're saying we'll vote on 9.4 and then we'll go back to CIP.
That gives us, you saying we have 4,800 or whatever left over?
Right,
It would be a little bit more.
Gonna give us a couple of bucks more.
It would be a little bit more.
it's $4,200.
$4,200. If we go to,
It's exactly 10% of,
got it. Okay.
So,
So we have to table the budget?
yes, we do need to table the budget. So
Need a motion?
do an interim motion to table the budget to revisit the ordinance on the millage.
I'll second that.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Do I need to move to reopen or can we just start?
No, somebody needs to move to reopen the, millage.
Make a motion that we reopen the millage hearing.
Right, to take it off the table.
Okay,
Take it off the table.
move to reopen and take it off the table. Do we have a second?
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so what's the proposal?
Make a motion to approve 9.4 millage rate.
We have a second on the 9.4?
Needs to be reread.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Read it.
Need the number. What the millage is, I need to know what the rollback rate is and the percentage. I know the rollback rate, I'm sorry. I need to know the percentage. The statute requires us to read it.
Yep.
Sure.
Just waiting for a number, read it, we're done.
He's got to read the rollback numbers.
Is it 10.58?
Yeah, he's got to do the percentage for the rollback. Percentage of rollback, because it's going to be above the threshold where we need all.
I said 10.58, but don't trust me, I'm not the finance guy.
You need a unanimous vote, so.
Right, that's
Yeah.
not, well,
We're just,
939 was not,
We're gonna, but don't trust my math. I did what I understood the way you would do it. No. Let Paul do his thing. What's the rollback rate?
rollback rate is 8.5483.
%.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
go ahead, Brett.
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, establishing and adopting a final millage rate and levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2024, 2025, in the amount of 9.4 mils for each 1,000 of assessed valuation upon real and personal property within the village limits of the Village of Biscayne Park, which is 9.906% higher than the rollback rate of 8.5483 mils, providing for an effective date.
Okay, thanks, Brad. And do we have a motion on the ordinance? Motion to approve, should I say?
Motion to approve. As amended, 9.4.
And do we have a second?
Is that from?
It was from the vice mayor, I believe.
No.
Right from, yes, I know. Second was Commissioner Holland?
Yep.
Commissioner Holland, second.
Now,
Correct.
can I ask a question?
Sure.
What does it leave us with the CIP?
We're gonna go back and do that
Right.
after we get the
Do
budget.
that after the millage.
So, okay, but I, was in the impression that we were approving 9.5. So I'm asking, what are we kind of giving up for the CIP? Should we do this?
So the decision on the CIP is a discussion of how much reserves you'd like to lift up into the CIP or leave it as presented.
Got it.
So we can play with that.
And you also have a percentage to set, but you also don't know what you're going to finish with
Right.
through the year, so it's
That
a
can be
little
adjusted.
Those
fluid.
two things together.
Almost irrespective of what we're doing right now.
Perfect.
Yep.
Correct.
That's what I want to make sure.
Okay, John needs to get out of here. Let's vote.
Okay, any other questions before we go to roll?
Nope.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Groff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Holland, Commissioner Kennedy.
Fun,
Yes.
fun. Something happened.
The item passes 5-0 as amended.
Thank you.
John, good night. The millage rate.
That's true. That's true.
Back.
Thanks, John. All right, so that motion is completed. Do I have a motion to reopen the second ordinance?
Motion to reopen the.
Sorry, it's a motion to take it off.
motion To take it off the table, the budget.
The
Second.
Okay, all right, so let's go back to discussion on.
So how much do we have left over extra right now?
So if you're including the 30 for,
So we've already, just to be clear, we've already gotten John his extra person.
yes,
We've already gotten a part-time person from Paul to do all this other stuff.
sort of. The proposal before we tabled that
Right.
the discussion was to
Right.
have that person. We have 81,000, which we came up with.
But we added that in.
If you take that away
Yep.
from that, I'm sorry, no, it is 81 or is it 91?
You were at 81.
Sorry, okay, thank you, 81.
Sorry, 91 because of
Yeah, because of the $10,000, so it's
right.
91.
admin change.
Correct. So 91, you less 30 for
For
Paul's position, which
position.
leaves us at,
And the loss of 42 for the millage drop by 1/10.
leaves us with,
70, that's just about 20,000, is about 19.
so that's what we have left over after giving Paul
19,000.
his finance person.
Okay. And I think the chief has his hand out. His hand out, like, give me more money.
saying he'll keep his teeth out.
He brought a guest, I think, wants to talk to us.
He's been very patient. You're being summoned.
So
Right,
the last budget workshop, we were talking about dash cameras and what we could do with the dash cameras to try to implement that. So I brought iPro, flew down from Georgia just for this to talk about options that we would have with the dash camera to get into the patrol cars.
Good evening. So my name is Christian McKenna. I am the regional manager for iPro, formerly known as Panasonic Video. Your former chief reached out just before his departure to inquire about getting camera program put together for Biscayne Park. So we started some headway, put together, did some solutioning with the chief regarding your staff, a little bit more about the makeup and what you guys as a community try to achieve on a day-to-day. I actually come from Peachtree City, for those that don't know Atlanta. Very similar community, a lot of emphasis on style of living for the residents. There's a lot of emphasis put on to making sure you really want to live there. So we put together a body camera as well as a car camera packages for you. Talking earlier with Commissioner, just answering some questions. One thing I'd say, just sort of going into this, is that before you buy anything, you really have to have an idea of what you want to accomplish. In-car video and body worn cameras is no longer about hardware. It's more about software. It's more about having a program, working with the state's attorney on how to share that information, how you can bring it in from other places. So 15, 20 years ago, it was really just about taking VHS tapes, and then that switched to DVDs, and it became server-based. But now with the CJIS compliance to go with what you have to do to house evidence, as well as what you want to accomplish within your technology infrastructure, you can really apples and oranges. So for instance, we're the provider for the Florida Highway Patrol. The same in-car video system I would provide them. I also provide the Gray Police Department in Georgia, who has a population very similar to yours. It really is tweaked based on what you want to accomplish. Do you want a lot of cameras or a few cameras? Do you need to make sure that the officers have a very hands-off approach to the way you're doing it? Do you need to save some money so that we take some of the bells and whistles off and really focus on streamlining the equipment that you're putting into place? So there's a lot of pieces. I came here originally to maybe answer any questions you may have on the proposal that we had put together. But candidly, listening to your meeting this evening, I would love to just be a resource for you. If any of the commissioners would like to learn more about it, and based on what you guys have been doing tonight, I'm guessing you're pretty wiped out. We could do this at another time where it's more of a work session for you as opposed to where you're trying to squeeze in with your budget session. But I've been doing this for 20 years, in-car video, body worn cameras for law enforcement specifically. It is a niche, and it's a specific product line that's no longer a product line. It's now a solution to help communities build transparency, build accountability, help with training and recruiting. I'm sure you guys all know a lot of what's going on in the news with regards to law enforcement. So recruiting can be very challenging, knowing that you have the support of your agency. If something happens to you while you're performing your duties, goes a long way towards recruitment. And then on the flip side, community wants to know that if there's an officer that is putting the badge on for the Biscayne Park Police Department, that they can be counted on to protect your civil rights, to make sure that you get a fair shake, and just honestly to be respectful, that they're serving the citizens that they were sworn to protect. So I don't know that this is the right forum. I think I had originally come in with a different purpose. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have now, or we can do this at another time.
With the funding available, whatever funding we can get, we can adapt and kind of start rolling out a program. So it might not be to every patrol car, it might be maybe the full-time staff first, but any kind of extra funding we could get towards that program, we can work with them to kind of adapt with forfeiture money or anything in the future. We can always grow the program using the revenue that's not going to be hurting the budget for next year, but to get the program started, we don't know when the forfeitures would come in, this would kind of help to get that going.
Can I ask a couple of quick questions? Do officers generally view this as a good thing or a negative thing? Having a dash cam, because we're already budgeted for the cameras on their person. Is this something that they generally favor or not?
So I'm going to tell you, your inexperienced officers, who are still learning the ropes have less of a desire to wear it. The people that have done it and are doing it professionally and they're doing it the right way have nothing to be concerned about. And
Is
they're
this like
usually more.
safety net in some way?
Absolutely.
To protect them?
I tell you, when this first started and it was just in-car video systems, it was almost guaranteed that you would go to an agency, and I do training with all the officers to make sure they understand how to use their equipment, sort of put them in the right frame of mind with regards to what the policy is, how the equipment works, how to accomplish that. So they're not focused on the technology, but being safe. And bar none, every meeting I went to, 30–40% of the people had their arms crossed in the back of the room, and they're just begrudgingly going to do what the boss told them to do, thinking Big Brother is going to ruin their life. I come back here and do an annual program review, and those people have flipped because somebody in the agency was protected, whether or not there was allegations brought up. And you and I were talking about statistics on this. By and far, 93% of the time when you have the video, it's going to give you that peace of mind as an agency, as an officer, to know that you're protected. There are a few bad apples out there, and usually those are the ones that do push back.
Do you put in our village, I'm gonna ask really fast, I'm sorry. Do you put one in every single car, or are they here at the office and when someone checks in, they put it in their car? Is it permanently attached to their car? or
Okay,
do they
so
grab it
in-car
and switch it?
video and body worn cameras have two different profiles and two very different profiles. First of all, in-car video is a little bit more consistent because it is hardwired into the lights on the car.
So it is.
When you make a stop, it initiates a recording. There is a pre-event that when you flipped your lights on and went back 30 seconds or whatever you set it at, so it gathered the infraction that actually caused you to turn on your lights. There's an audio package, whether it's with the body camera or body microphone, that captures the dialogue between the officer. All of that is then recorded and automatically stored, encrypted, and there's an audit log that goes with the actual interaction. Body cameras, on the other hand, right now it's a mixed bag.
But you're here to talk only about dash cams.
I'm actually here to talk about
Oh,
whatever you want.
I see.
We
You already-
provide them both.
Is this the company you were gonna use body cam?
Christian, if I
Yes,
could just
sir.
interject very quickly, we're about to lose another commissioner for the night.
Understood.
This is informative, and I think it's something we need to talk about. But we have one more critical item that we need to get through the
I-
budget right now.
Completely.
I would love to have this detailed conversation back and forth and ask these questions and get the information that we need, but we have one more, we have to address our CIP
I have
budget.
One quick question, because he brought him here, because I think you wanted to add it to the budget. What kind of money are we talking about if you wanted to add this to the budget? Because you brought him to a budget hearing.
The original to roll out 24 of them was,
So the original for 24 in-car video systems was with a 5-year plan put together, which included your storage. There would be no IT required that went with it, was 54,000 per year.
I mean, that, we got about 19 to work with. It's pretty significantly above that.
if we
go
had
down
19,
and-
we'd drop it.
I understand
do
it.
the
It,
full-time stuff.
right, it scales. I get that. I appreciate that. I would very much like to try and get to our CIP before we lose another commissioner. I apologize. I apologize you sat here with us this whole time. It's good information and we do need it. But I think we need to address the CIP in our,
Yeah, we
in our
do.
reserve really
I wish
quickly.
this had been like 2 meetings ago and we could have like seriously considered it somehow, but. oh.
And this can be done via Zoom whenever you guys have.
Understood, understood. Let's put a pin in it. Oh, thank you for coming. We'll put a pin in it for right now. Let's quickly look at our CIP and our reserves.
If really quickly before we move off of police,
I brought it up to you guys before. I've talked to the chief. The chief is on board with sending one of our captains to grant training. It'd be $3,000. Maybe we could use a little bit of that 19. It's a small investment that could pay dividends to us later down the line if we get our employee trained.
For what training? I'm sorry?
Grant writing.
Yeah, maybe a certified grant writer to the University of Central Florida. The chief is on, one of our captains or admin captain. So there's,
We discussed this before?
we've discussed this. I brought this up to us.
Yeah, okay, I don't,
There's
that went right over my head.
tons of grant opportunities for law enforcement in general. Specifically.
Oh, specifically just for that
That
department.
our staff, our police staff understands more. For $3,000, I think it's a small investment for a large payoff.
We have
What's the
nine,
difference between an officer doing and our grand rider?
Because our officers understand what equipment they need and what their deficiencies are in the department, we can bring it in-house. There's many municipalities, police departments that have in-house grant writers, and we don't, and it's something we're missing. There's, I mean, not to take this on forever, there's grants that would have given us 3 officers for free for 3 years, hired them, staffed them, equipped them.
We haven't gotten there because we don't have the right.
Apply, because we don't
Writer?
apply.
Again, it's
We don't
because
have-
we've never
Again,
had a
But so that for me, it's like, we have a.
You gotta
budget.
understand that our grant writing contract calls for 6 grants a year.
Yeah.
And if they're applying for less than lethal shotguns for $6,000, it doesn't rise to the level of the grant writer. For $3,000 to get one of our in-house staff trained, they can constantly be out there looking for the.
So it's not an amount specifically, but at any that they see as an opportunity. It's not that it's gonna be
Of our
3.
Staff.
Yeah.
is trained once for $3,000, and for as long as they're one of our staff members, they're gonna be applying for grants for what the chief wants, the chief needs, what he sees as a need in his department.
Versus 6 grants, specific amounts designated. for
36
different-
grand for 6 applications a year.
Yeah.
Use that for one application for shotguns.
Yeah.
It's a waste versus we have our.
Yeah.
same,
Awesome.
agree.
$3,000.
3,000.
That's it? 3,000?
That's what it is, right, chief? $3,000 for the grant
Yes, for
training?
The training with the certification is 3,000.
Yeah,
Do you
3,000.
have someone who is interested and willing and
our
you think is
cap-
able to do this?
Our full-time captain wants to do it. He's gonna jump up to the plate. We've been working already on the firehouse sub-grant, which is gonna be right in the beginning of
Okay.
October, so we're getting a practice.
Okay, so we're adding $3,000. Okay, let me just write this down.
Right, so looking at CIP. Right now, we're proposed at 169,830. I simply just open the floor for anyone that wants to increase, decrease, how we want to handle it.
I'm sorry, what we,
Capital fund.
CIP.
Oh.
We're at 169,830 right now.
I'm all in favor of keeping it to the penny, exactly what it is to zero out the budget now that we have the budget done. And the rest is in reserves and future manager to be determined.
Yeah, let the manager identify the allocation.
They identify what they want and they come to us. So it doesn't inhibit them in any way other than they have 100 and whatever's in there now that they get to get started with. And they can see in advance we're not going to have anyone for a couple of months. So we're talking this year, remember, just this year. So it's going to be a short year by the time they start working on these kinds of things. And the money is fully there. All we have to do is make sure the emergency reserve is not too high that it diminishes the amount we'd want to have left over. So my question is, what's the total reserve now? And what would we, Paul, I'm sorry, as we sit here right now, the CIP is how much?
The proposed is 169
169.
and change. I just left that page, so I didn't memorize it perfectly, but it was in.
Let's just say it's 169. So it's 169, and the CIP that we wanted to fund was 670?
No, it was 350 last year.
Adopted was 350 last year.
And it was re-racked mid-year.
What, this year?
677.
Yeah, so 677, 677. So 677 minus 169 is what? 677 minus.
507.
Is 508. So in reserve, we need to leave let's say 510 for CIP to tap into for CIP. What is our reserve amount right now?
So we ran that math on what your projected budget funds were, or cash funds were, and it was it's in your summary page, 732 for non-emergency reserves and 2.1 million for emergency reserves.
You're saying at the 75% that's in the ordinance now.
Those numbers are reflective.
Okay, so emergency would be how much?
2.196,
2.2 million, and non-emergency.
732.
732. So right there is well more than we need to fund the rest of the CIP, because we're saying if we keep 169 in the CIP now,
You match what's proposed.
yeah, and we know that 510 of the non-emergency reserve would be to get us up to the 670, that still leaves 200 and some $1,000, and our emergency is locked in at 2.2 million.
And yeah, another way to do it would also be to look at what was unspent in your CIP and possibly use that as your number.
Yeah.
And just add that to the 169, and that kind of
I like
is another way to split it.
I like
Where you're showing I'm getting into optics. You're showing those projects are still intent and are intentional.
Say that again?
So if you take the unspent money and just add that to the 169, which I think,
You're saying unspent for 2024.
right, in the CIP, that as it's presented, it's just another way to,
And
How much would that be then?
it's the same number, basically. It gets you back to that 350.
But not to 670.
No, I don't have the granular why what the 670 included. I don't know those, that's in the CIP.
But that's
Uh,
that's
it-
what I was thinking we were going to aim for.
The 670 is a percentage. It was a percentage over our budget is what the real number, if you add up all the asks, is 400.
400.
400. So I'd be more comfortable getting us to 400 if the unspent gets us
Because you
close.
still got a couple bites at this apple with the things you tabled earlier today.
So move us
Really doesn't matter.
move us to 350 back to that number and then adjust the reserves accordingly.
Yes, I'm in with that.
I'll be fine with that.
Unless you want to lobby hard to get it before.
No, I believe that's what we're doing. We're unspent to 350. Unspent the 350 is adding to the one, and then we're gonna kick in the rest from the reserves to get us to the 4, correct?
Correct. And then use the remainder of the math to do the 75-25 unless you had a different balance. I think you're gonna be pretty close to that same number, given the end of the year projections.
And hopefully there's some cost savings in there as well.
Yeah, we are very conservative in our projections.
Chris hasn't mentioned it, but the grant writer did apply for generators. So hopefully the generators we have leased on there, the grant will come in and we won't have to pay for the generators. So there's some cost savings in there as well, but I would
So-
like to keep it at the 400 in case we don't get the grant.
You're saying the end amount to be reflected on column D, proposed FY 2025 for CIP would be 400 as a total?
Yes.
And that would be whatever reserve, like unspent plus reserved,
Correct.
Plus the
And
169 to get us to.
in this, you allocate.
plus 169, that's the part that I'm confused.
69 is currently from
It is there,
budget.
yeah,
That's what we're putting from our 2025 budget.
correct.
We're sending all of the unspent from 2024 and then adding whatever we need from reserves to get us to the 400 number.
So wait, because
Total of 231.
we have 169 proposed. You're saying add 350 to that.
Mhm.
That puts us as 519,000.
No, that's not what I understood
What's
you
the
to
uns-
say.
What's the?
That's
uns-
the
yeah, that-
part I'm
that's
lost.
true.
So
What's the unspent number, Paul, right now?
around 350.
Around 350. So if we add that plus the 160, we're well over the 400. We don't
That's
need
what I'm
anything from
saying.
reserves. Okay, that's perfectly fine.
So right now, if we were to add the 169 plus the 350, we're getting to 519.
Perfectly fine.
We're-
right there.
We don't need reserve
Yeah, we
money.
don't need reserve money.
All right, so then we'll do that. We'll add the 350 unspent to the 169. Leave
We just
reserves,
funded the CIP greater.
correct, and we were able to leave reserves.
Untouched
as is.
reserved.
Some touch reserves.
Correct.
Okay, so then my last question to you guys is, and this goes back to, well, I think before you guys were on the commission, when we first talked about an emergency reserve, we had someone who met with us and she first put the idea in my head. And then we started the process and I worked with Paul and Mario and we brought this and we got our first emergency reserve. The idea was that we would increase it every year, increase the percentage every year. And we're always aiming at funding it to the amount of one full budget amount. Now, it's a moving target because our revenue increases every year. So you're kind of always chasing something that's not quite within reach. But if you're saying that the way we're just handling the CIP is not tapping into reserves, then we could increase the percentage. And I think if we can, we should, to just kind of always be trying to get farther.
2080, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I was thinking taking from 75% to 80%, and we're that much closer. Look, we brought the millage rate down a little tiny bit. We get our emergency reserves up. Yeah, 5% is nice. And we're always saving better, protecting our money better for emergencies, and trying to take care of our residents better, and having a lot of stuff budgeted to accomplish, which I think we were able to do, by the way. Thank you, guys. And I think we're able to do both. And I think this is the last missing link, is up that to 80%.
What does that put us at, Paul?
Your emergency reserve would be the 80, so that'll stay close to what it is, maybe another 50,000 or so. And your 732 will be like 250, 300, in that range,
Unreserved amount will be down to what?
about 300,000 or 400,000.
Which we were planning on dropping down when we were funding CIP anyway. We're gonna.
Yeah, it's the same effect. Yeah.
And, but it gets that number up higher, and we're protected. And Paul, now I'm really gonna ask you to reach into your brain. What did Irma cost us?
What did what?
What did
cost?
Irma cost us in cleanup? Because that's what it's really about.
That was 200,000, I think, wasn't it more?
No, that was it.
About $1 million, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was about $1 million.
It was $1 million, right.
Yep. Had the wrong.
That was a
city
tropical
in my
storm,
mind.
right? So that
Right.
wasn't even that big of a deal. So the big one comes, and that, million becomes 2 or more really quickly. And of course, that's money that we go try to get back, and we did, sort of. So at any rate, I would be very supportive of increasing that to 80%. And Paul, you're comfortable with that?
It's outstanding
Yeah, it's outstanding.
compared to where you were when I started.
Oh my God, we were in the poorhouse, and we
We
were
were
afraid of.
negative $400,000 sitting in this chair.
Paul, what's the requirements that we tap into the emergency fund? Is like a emergency declaration, we can tap into emergency funds?
There's a list of criteria, I believe, in the ordinance. Yeah.
So to me, dropping our non-emergency reserves to 350,000 and locking that other money in, we can still spend the non-emergency reserves on an emergency. The dollars don't
Yeah.
change.
Oh, absolutely.
But if we lock that money into only emergency reserves, where if we have,
It's a vote of.
if we have a settling issue here at the log cabin or whatever, and we have a large expenditure that we have to spend, we might not have the money. So to me,
We can
no.
declare it an emergency for lots of things. But the point is that it protects from, I'm not worried about this group sitting up here. I'm worried about the future. There are people who do weird, wacky things. People overspend government money, and it's protecting, we live in a hurricane zone, and that's what it's protecting us.
All right, so,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Vote, and I'll.
I'll make a motion to increase it to 80%.
Right?
May-
Favor? All right, I'll agree. All right.
Guys, I gotta run, got a kid waiting.
Thank you, Vero.
Thank you, guys. Oh.
Roll. Well. Correct.
Amended.
As amended. All right,
Mayor Gross,
yes.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
No.
Commissioner Angela,
Yes.
Arlene is absent, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
The
Bye, Vero.
item passes 3-1 as amended.
We weren't voting on the emergency. We weren't voting on the emergency reserve.
What was the ordinance?
Budget.
You were voting on the emergency reserve.
Right, but we're voting on the budget.
Part of the budget.
It's part of the budget. He thinks I thought he was only voting on the emergency
I
reserve.
think I want to change my vote to yes then.
Make a motion that we allow Commissioner Huntington to change his vote.
He can change it without motion?
Was there, yes?
Okay, she changed it to yes.
Okay.
Vote wasn't
Well,
recorded.
I could just
Okay.
tell by the look on your face that, yeah, I was like, I don't think he knows what he was voted on.
Understood. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
One absent.
Wait, what? You say wait?
No, we're talking.
Oh. Scared me.
Hearing. 3 workshops. Oh. No. The first. The third. September? Yeah, it was September 3rd was the first hearing, and this is the second hearing. No, we had 2 hearings, 3 workshops. Yeah, the one before, it was an extra workshop added. You want me to send you the dates?
No.
Oh.
Got third and.
Oh, okay. Okay. I know. We all. Yes, we did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You did. 5 o'clock Tuesday.